With a mission to deliver fiscally responsible, highly dependable services to the citizens of our community and the region with integrity and professionalism, this is the City of Albany Commission Meeting with Mayor Bo Duro, Mayor Pro Tem John Howard, Ward 1, Matt Fuller, Ward 2, BJ Fletcher, Ward 3, Chad Warbington, Ward 4, Bob Langstaff Jr., Ward 5, Demetrius Young, Ward 6, City Manager Sharon Subadan, City Clerk Sonia Talbert, and City Attorney Nathan Davis. This is the City of Albany Commission Meeting.
Yes.
Mayor's here.
Kelly?
Would you read the call, please?
Can't hear her still.
I'm not hearing Sissy.
We still can't hear her.
Yes.
Give us a second. We're trying to figure out what it is.
Dear Mayor and Commissioners, there will be a special call City Commission virtual meeting on Tuesday, June 2nd at 8:30 a.m. The purpose of the meeting is for the Mayor and Board of Commissioners to discuss and or approve the following. 1. FY 2020-21 budget public hearing. 2. Albany Fire Department safety equipment. 3. Resolution competitive public service grant award for FY 2020-2021. 4. Resolution storm recovery grant update application. Sincerely, Sharon D. Subadan, City Manager, the Mayor, Commissioner Howard, Commissioner Fletcher, Commissioner Langstaff, and Commissioner Young signed it, and Commissioner Fuller and Washington were notified.
And will Mr. Brown and or Ms. Subadan make this presentation?
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, and Mr. Land. And this really is the public hearing, of course, for individuals to make input on the budget that was presented to the board on the 19th. And so this is an opportunity to make comments on the $190.3 million budget that was presented at that time.
So, Mr. Brown, you're soliciting comments?
Yes, the public notice, solicited comment to be submitted to the city clerk's office. My understanding that I thought there may have been one individual that may have solicited the opportunity to comment. Not sure if the individual's on the line or not. She withdrew her request, okay.
And I guess at this time, we need to apologize to the general public. It's my understanding that any member of the public could speak at the public hearing on the proposed budget. But what we're having to require is that individuals submit a speaker appearance form because we are having these meetings remotely. If we could, I see Commissioner Warbington wants to speak.
Okay.
But let me ask, Mr. Brown, did you have anything else?
No, sir.
Commissioner Howard, did you want to speak to this?
Not at this time, Mayor.
Commissioner Fuller?
No, sir, not right now.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No, sir.
Commissioner Warbington?
Yes, I had a couple of things. I don't know how we're informing the public. If you'll meet yours, there you go. I don't know how we're informing the public, but I did have a couple of inquiries over the weekend of how the public can actually speak. I was watching WLB this morning, and I was really impressed with Tift County. Tift County actually published, they gave out their number, they gave out all the ways the public can interact with their public hearing. I was going to suggest that I think we have to have 2 more public hearings. Maybe we try to change some things to try to get more public involvement, more public, maybe by publishing the numbers, and that's the way Tift County did this morning. I just saw it as an example that we may want to try to get more public interaction. I did receive one email. The gentleman I was talking to, I didn't know how to tell him to get involved with a public hearing, so he sent me an email. So, Derek, if I can just paraphrase this email to you, maybe you can answer. He may or may not be listening through this. His question was about the city cemetery. I believe last year that was one of the major initiatives that was communicated about last year's budget. He's communicating that he doesn't feel a lot has been done at the cemetery based on what was communicated last year. And so he was wanting to know the status of the $500,000 that was allocated to the cemetery last year. He's wanting to know, is the money still there since no action appears to have been taken, and will additional funds be committed to the cemetery in this budget 21, fiscal year 21 budget from either that work or new monies for the cemetery. So
That is correct. That $500,000, that 500,000 that was allocated has not been exhausted, and we have reallocated $500,000 for non-capital improvements there at the cemetery. There's also, I want to say, I think it's $468,000 for potential capital improvements at the cemetery. So the funds that, basically, the short answer would be yes, those funds have been reallocated for next year.
Could I say something, Mayor?
Let's let Commissioner Warbington finish. Let me go around and I'll come back to you.
yeah, so just to be clear, Derek, so 468 is in fiscal year 28, and that money is, I guess, was supposed to be last year, but we're spending that money this year on those projects out at the cemetery.
Right, 468 for next year for items that could be potential capital projects. And then for those that do not rise to the level of capital, there's $500,000 for that. So in totality, I would say $968,000 would be dedicated specifically for the cemetery.
Okay. I guess the only other thing, I guess my other item, I don't know if that's the city clerk's office or our public information folks, but I don't know if we could do something a little different for our next public hearing. I guess that's my request. I just use Tift County as an example, but whatever we can do would be great for next time.
And just if I could, Mayor, just on that for the budget public hearing, I think what Commissioner Warrington is referring to, if we increased the millage rate, or if we did not roll it back, that would require 3 public hearings. But for the budget, and if we're rolling back the millage rate, then that only requires 1 public hearing.
Okay, so that's great clarification, Derek. So what is our plan for, do we have other public hearings scheduled? Even though we don't have to, do we have more scheduled?
At this point, we do not have any more scheduled.
So this morning is the only opportunity the public has for the budget.
Right.
Mayor, can I interject?
Yes, ma'am. I was probably thinking what you were going to say. I mean, well, go ahead.
So 2 things. The board can elect to have another public hearing. That's your right. As well as the next meeting, there's always speaker appearances that are the public's opportunity to participate. And I am, we have been trying to get the word out, but I don't know that it's clear on how to make comments. So I think we could probably push between now and I guess it's 2 weeks from now, helping people to contact us to get the number so that they could call in. We are a little sensitive that, just sort of broadcasting it, you could have hundreds of people from all over the country potentially calling, and you would have no way to manage that. So, but what we can do is certainly encourage people to contact us if they want to speak and get the number, and then they could call in. We do want to encourage comments on the budget. We've worked hard on it. We want to hear the public's input. So certainly we can add another public hearing and also encourage comments at the next regularly scheduled work session on, I guess it's June 16th.
Anything further, Commissioner Langstaff?
Nothing.
Mr. Young?
No, not specifically to the budget, but I will echo some of the comments Mr. Warrington made. I think this is actually the 3rd week that I've been talking about getting a system of getting public comments into the city commission meetings while we are in this virtual meeting mode. There are quite a few ways to do that. So I just, want to put a little bit more fire up under, whoever needs to handle that. Let's go ahead and get that handled, because I too have had requests for people who wanted to make public comment during the meetings. That was one of the reasons that Pastor Nelson sent in the video, and I forwarded it to Q or Mr. Hicks to get that on for us. So let's please go ahead and get that taken care of. That's it, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Well, I have some concern if we're talking about allowing people to participate in the meeting as it's going on. I don't, but clearly during these challenging times, the public still has a right, a statutory right to comment on the budget. And I think what we should do is send out a notice and remind the public if they want to, the process for submitting a speaker appearance form, and then in 2 weeks we can have another special call meeting, because clearly you're talking about a $290 million budget, and if we got 75,000 citizens in Albany, you would think that there would be some interest from somebody to speak to it. And if we can make some accommodation, but whatever we need to do to get it out to the public for citizens who want to speak on the budget. And Commissioner Fletcher, you had a comment? Commissioner Fletcher?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you hear? Yes, it's on the cemetery. Commissioner Warrington, that is my ward, and I'm very hands-on with that cemetery, and the work that they've done in the last 2 years has been remarkable. And one, if you ever, seems like you get a lot of requests or calls about things in my area, because I hear you from Carver Gym to the cemetery. I do wish you'd bring it to my attention, because we talk about this at my neighborhood watches, but I don't know how much time you've been over there, but we've really, the families have been, we stepped it up around Mother's Day. We know Father's Day's coming. That Don and his leadership over there has put a tremendous amount of work into that cemetery, and they have a game plan. They have not finished, but I would like for you to pass that gentleman's number on to me, because I'd like to walk them out there, because we've picked up headstones. It is just on and on work out there that's being done every week. So I'd appreciate the courtesy if you get something on the cemetery, especially because it's been one of my passions for 6 years. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other commissioner have any comments before we move to the next item? Well, the next item is the proposal to approve the purchase of 7 sets of Hurst hydraulic rescue jaws of life cutters, spreaders, rams with accessories for the Albany Fire Department for a total expenditure of $236,924. It looks like Ms. Fields and Chief Scott will be presenting this issue. Who will be going first? Chief, Ms. Scott, Ms. Fields? Is Ms. Fields on the line? I'm sorry, I see Chief is on the phone, but I can't hear him. Chief, do you hear me?
Sounds like his volume isn't working.
Okay, do we have Ms. Fields? If, is there any objection to just proceeding to the resolutions and coming back to this?
Or if you like, I can jump in there until they get on.
Well, we have these other folks waiting. Is Chief Scott on the line?
Apparently his audio is not working.
Okay. What about Ms. Fields?
I'm not sure. Normally she's on.
Okay.
Not quite sure what's happening. But if you like, I can present the item, or we can come back to it, whatever you prefer.
Yeah, I think, well, let's come back to it. Is there any objection to that from any commissioner? Okay. All right. The next item is a proposal for allocation of some CDBG grants, and the presenters are Ms. Brown and Ms. Hawkins. Is Ms. Hawkins on the line?
I'm available, Mayor.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Community and Economic Development is here today to seek Commission approval of the Community Development Council's recommendation to award Liberty House, Dougherty County Family Literacy, the Boys and Girls Club of Albany, the Albany Area YMCA, and South Georgia Stars Academy $20,000 each as a result of the public service competitive grant process that was completed in March of this year. A total of 11 applications were received. Staff conducted a preliminary review of the applications for completeness and scoring. Upon completing this task, 6 applications were submitted to the Community Development Council for review. Of the 6 applications, the 5 aforementioned agencies were recommended by the council for award funding. Several of these agencies are available to take questions from the commission this morning. Staff recommends approval of the Public Service Grant Awards for fiscal year 2021.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. I do see Mr. Gillum's on the phone, Mr. Laster's on the, Ms. Bamford's here. representing some of these organizations. I guess Ms. Brown's suggestion would make sense if we go around the table, and there's presentations. I mean, in the booklet, we see what summary of how these organizations intend to utilize these funds. But I would go around suggest we afford every commissioner an opportunity to ask these representatives. Is Ms. Rogers on the phone with Liberty House? I mean, on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
Good morning. Is Ms. Hall Brady here? Is Ms. Hall Brady with us? So with the exception of South Georgia Stars Academy, all 5 of these organizations have representatives on the line. Commissioner Howard, any questions?
Ms. Phyllis,
Yes.
good morning. How you doing?
Well, Commissioner.
Well, out of these 5 organizations, how many have received fund more than once?
Of the 5 organizations, I believe at some point in time, Commissioner, they've all received funding.
But it has not been over 5 years, right?
You're correct. The policy states that they can only receive funding 3 times within a 5-year period. That is in line with our comprehensive plan. That's from 2016 to 2021.
Okay. And can you get us, before we make a decision on those that have received funds in the last 3 years?
I certainly can. I'll make that available for you immediately after the meeting.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Commissioner Fuller, any questions?
No questions.
Commissioner Fletcher? Is Commissioner Fletcher with us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir, Mayor. I've got someone on the line that's asked me how to get the information on these grants. They had a very good nonprofit program here concerning mental illness, and we're unaware that we have a grant program. So I'd like to be able to get all the information on this where I could get it to them when the next time we do this, they can maybe be part of it.
I guess that should be addressed to Ms. Brown. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes, sir. That's what I was asking. Thank you. So, Ms. Brown, if you could just get me all the information, I'll get it out to them because they were a big part of this community.
Yes, ma'am, I certainly will, because on an annual basis, we have this competitive process. It usually begins around the 1st of every year, but of course, I'll be more than happy to get that process to you.
All right, thank you. Have a good day. Thank you. Thank you for all you do.
Commissioner Warbington.
So I don't have a specific question, but I just have a general comment that really all 5 of these, I'm really impressed at what they put together and the needs that they're meeting. Just the variety of the different sectors of our community that's being served. So for the folks on the line, I really appreciate what y'all do day in, day out. It's behind the scenes. You don't get a lot of pomp and circumstance, but I do appreciate what y'all are doing and the impact that you have on our community. So thank you very much.
Commissioner Langstaff?
Nothing.
Commissioner Young?
Yes, sir. I would just like to ask the representative from the YMCA, have you ever had a partnership with the city recreation in any format in terms of some of your best practices in recreation and adult recreation and wellness? We had a phenomenal relationship with the Boys and Girls Club in terms of bringing what they do best to the city recreation. Is that something that has been explored with the YMCA in the past? And are you all interested in doing that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Young. We have partnered with the Parks and Rec. It's been a couple of years since it was really invigorated in terms of not necessarily limited to any particular population, children or adults, as much as it was about nutrition. goes about the National Feeding Program to get food, to help to partner with the Parks and Recreation to get food to those in need. And the Recreation and Parks has got a good program that they've been using for several years. And at the time, what we decided was, because the YMCA had the food bank that we were partnered with, where we were serving the children during after school, during summer camp, and actually going out into various city parks to distribute sack lunches, that type of thing, when we had the grant funding to accommodate that. That's been the limit of the participation during my tenure at the Y. As far as youth sports, we've invited and we've participated in youth soccer, youth basketball over the years, but it's been cyclic. It's based on the ability to have the number of teams, coaches to be able to participate in either leagues. In fact, both the Boys and Girls Clubs and the Y as well, we've traded off where we've been able to encourage teams from the clubs to participate in the youth basketball program, as an example, where kids get a greater experience, greater exposure to many more children playing in those age groups to help them not only develop their basketball skills, but more importantly, their team skills, being part of the team. I hope that helps.
Yes, sir, it does. But I was speaking specifically to adult recreation and wellness programs. Of course, we have a lot of health disparities here in Albany with our adult population. And what I'm looking for in terms of the recreation department is to make their wellness programs a lot more robust than they are right now. I've been a member of the Y in the past and was always very impressed with the hands-on approach to the programs that really did a lot to help me specifically in some of my health and wellness goals, and I would like to see that type of thing put into the city's recreation department. And I guess that's what I was kind of asking, were you all interested in doing that if you had not done that in the past?
Simple answer to that, sir, is yes. We are interested in expanding that, because you're right. You're absolutely right. It is a need. And I just underscore a particular importance of what you just described. And that is on any given day during the year, the importance of bringing our adult community together for physical activity and adult sports, for instance. Absolutely, so important. And I'd put out, it's even more important today than it has been in the past. In a community like ours, where with everything going on nationally, pandemic, the tragedy of the killing in Minnesota, for us to be able to represent community where people come together and enjoy each other's company and compete and develop their skills, and just the camaraderie of the community. I mean, that's really the definition of a YMCA, and to be able to expand that into adult sports activities with the Recreation and Parks Department, I'd be more than welcome to pursue that. In fact, I've already made a note to follow up and just at least start that specific conversation with them.
All right, thank you for those comments. I'm done, Mayor.
If I could just address, I have asked that the commission be provided with a copy of the 2007 master plan, the outfit Green Play from Colorado provided, but I'll be discussing that in once we get out of the budget. But two priorities in there were, first, throughout the city, the surveys that came in were adults who expressed concerns that the city was not providing wellness and fitness programs for adults. And this is something we need to expand when we renovate Henderson and Bill Miller in the coming months. We need to be cognizant of this need, and we need to put in those programs there. But also, in a long-range plan, we need to address that, because I think that's clearly need and a deficiency that we have. But a second recommendation in that master plan was partnering with the various organizations in the community, including the school system, the Boys and Girls Club, the YMCA, and churches that become more and more involved in youth recreation, to complement as opposed to compete with those organizations. And I know that's probably easier to say, and there's some challenges that presented, but we'll talk about that. And I just want to certainly commend each of you. Hope you will look at the master plan, and I'm working on a summary, and it'll be after we get through the budget, but I certainly want to address that. We'll go around the table one more time. We have these folks on the phone, and I appreciate them being here. Mayor Pro Tem, any other discussion, questions?
I have no further questions.
Commissioner Fuller, I'm sorry.
No, sir.
Commissioner Fletcher.
No, sir.
Commissioner Warrington.
No, sir, I'm good.
Commissioner Langstaff.
Nothing further.
Commissioner Young.
No, sir.
Okay. The mayor will entertain a motion.
Off the resolution and act for its adoption.
Mayor Pro Tem is moved.
Ward 4 second.
Ward 4 second. Okay, I should ask for discussion at this point in time, but I guess that's the proper way to do it. I apologize. Mayor Pro Tem, any further discussion, questions, comments? Mr. Fuller.
No, sir.
Mr. Fletcher.
No, sir.
Mr. Warrington.
Nope.
Mr. Langstaff.
No.
Mr. Young.
Just one last quick point to Ms. Burr. Like again, just make sure that we're getting that information, grant information, out to the public. I do think that we still have some work to do on getting a lot of that information out, and I think the best practice is to over communicate so that all organizations have a chance at getting whatever funding is available.
Madam Clerk, would you call for the vote, please, ma'am?
Ward 1,
Yes.
Ward 2,
Yes.
Ward 3,
Yes.
Ward 4,
Yes.
Ward 5,
Yes.
Ward 6,
Yes.
Mayor.
Mayor votes yes. The next item on the agenda, and we will come back to safety equipment, is a proposal to accept, I believe, a storm recovery grant. Is Mr. Forgy, you going to speak to that?
Yes, sir.
Proceed, please.
Okay. Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. The purpose of this agenda item is twofold. First of all, it's to give you an update of disaster recovery grants that my department is working with, and also to ask for authorization for the city manager to finalize an application to the Federal Emergency Management Agency for a hazard mitigation grant program application. So first of all, let me explain to you what has gone on in the realm of disaster recovery grants. There are two major grant types which we applied for. First is the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program, or HMGP. That's through FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency. So as a result of the tornadoes in 2017, and then later Hurricane Michael, there were two different rounds of Hazard Mitigation Grant Program funds. We've made applications for both of those, and we're currently hearing back about the first round, which is the tornadoes. And in your information, there's a chart of the different things that we've applied for. So in the first round, we applied for acquisition of property. And the purpose of this is to acquire storm damaged property that's in a hazard area, specifically in the floodplain, to acquire it and demolish it so it's no longer a hazard in the floodplain. The second thing that was applied for, this was in the county, but it's a joint city-county project because the fire department serves the county. It is for warning sirens in the county. We also applied for backup generators for 4 portable generators, which would include 12 transfer switches, which allows the generators to be used at a variety of either sewer lift stations or water wells. Now, the second round of projects related to Hurricane Michael, we also applied for acquisition just of 1 property and elevation of 3 property that homeowners in the floodplain have the option to apply for elevation to get their property out of the floodplain, or demolition if they just want to completely remove themselves from the hazard. And we have a few of each of those. We also applied for more generators. We applied for 2 fixed generators for fire stations and 9 portable generators. Okay, so the request for the city manager's authorization is for the acquisition of a property. This is being brought to your attention because the city would acquire property and be responsible for its maintenance in perpetuity. There are, it can't be used in the future for anything but green space. There is the possibility that a neighbor who owns their own property the property could be leased to them for their use. They couldn't build anything on it, but they could use it. If there's no one in that situation, the city will be responsible for its maintenance, which will mean mowing it a few times a year. So there will be some expense involved in this property if the city chooses to acquire it, but we don't have to pay anything for the demolition of the house or the clearance of the property. It would just be the ongoing maintenance of the lot after the house is torn down. And then the second round of storm-related grants are through the Department of Urban Development, Housing and Urban Development, and that's coming to the state in the form of community development block grants. And those are different than the block grants that we're used to. This is a special fund called Community Development Block Grant DR, Disaster Recovery. And these grants are also broken into, well, there's 2 different grant pools. There's one related to the tornadoes. That's the one we're dealing with now. There's another one that's upcoming that will be related to Hurricane Michael. That one has not even begun yet. To make this more confusing, the CDBG DR has been, the first one related to the hurricane has been split into 2 parts. The first is called Unmet Needs. The funds through HUD are being distributed to the state through the the Georgia Department of Community Affairs. So what DCA did first was to find out from the communities what our immediate unmet needs were. And they determined it was overwhelmingly in the area of housing. So the first part of the money is going to be spent on housing completely. There are 3 zip codes that are eligible to compete for this funding, 31705 being one of them. The other 2 are in Camden County and Glenn County. So we're competing with 2 other areas for approximately $37 million. And it has not been distributed yet, but once it is distributed, it will be based on who gives the best proposal the quickest, really. They're not going to set aside any, they're going to distribute it as quickly as they can. Part of this has been, not a part of the 37 million, but a different fund has been distributed to Albany for it's a low income housing tax credit project, a housing project to rehabilitate 120 units of housing at Havenwood Springs Apartments on Don Cutler Drive. That's about $3.3 million towards that project. The CDBG-DR fund, the unmet needs, is being administered jointly for the city and county by the county. They have an employee who is managing this program. The next part of this program will be assistance to homeowners for rehabilitation or reconstruction. That's going to be a big one that they're getting ready to stand up that program. Everything's been slowed down, as you might imagine, because of the pandemic, but they're looking at June or July to finalize the rules of this program, and hopefully by fall they'll be taking applications. I don't know a whole lot about it. I don't know the details, but I do know that it's going to be distributed to homeowners who were impacted by the tornadoes. So people with outstanding repairs that own their own homes will be eligible for funding to repair or reconstruct their homes. That will be administered through the county. We're working with them closely. There'll be a lot of publicity when this does finally get ready to go. So we'll make sure that anyone who is eligible will know about it. The second CDBG-DR, or the second part of it, is for mitigation. And those funds are used to make the community more resilient in the future. We applied to the Department of Community Affairs, as did all the other eligible governments in the state, for this money. But the initial application, DCA takes all of these applications and they combine the themes that they're seeing. They're combining what they see are the needs from local governments. So although we applied for specific projects, once DCA creates a plan out of all of these requests, our specific application or our specific request may not be in the final application. So the things that I'll tell you about now are what we asked for, but that doesn't mean that they're eligible activities yet. It's a long process between the Georgia Department of Community Affairs and the U.S. Housing and Urban Development to finally come up with what is actually eligible to be requested. But it will be in the realm of mitigation. So the first thing we requested was to convert overhead electricity and to underground, and also to fund a new energy control center. That's to the tune of about $15 million. These are just they're wish list things that we put on that we know would make our community stronger in the future to resist storms in the future. The second one is to upgrade a stormwater lift station in East Albany. The third is to make some repairs on the fire training center. Fourth is to buy storm recovery equipment, more generators. We need generators when a storm hits, and even though we'll be getting some portable ones, which are very useful, it's certainly more useful to the community if we have permanent ones or more portables. A sandbagging machine we also have requested. The fifth request was to conduct a community-wide building assessment. This is something that's been talked about by both the city and county. This is a joint project with the county, or it's a joint request. We would inventory every property in the community to get an idea of the condition it's in. So we would have a map, basically, of the conditions of the buildings, housing, commercial, industrial, throughout the community. It would be very useful for a lot of reasons. And then the last one is requesting storm shelters, which would be the renovation of 3 different gyms around the community to add a storm shelter to those gyms so they could function the community in during a storm as well as for recreation needs. So with all that said, does anyone have any questions about those grants that we are working on currently, or that will be coming down the pipe in the next year or so?
Mayor Pro Tem, any questions for Mr. Forgey?
Paul, good morning. How you doing?
Fine, thank you. How are you?
Paul, back on unmet need, and we're in competition with Camden County and Glenn County, and it's on a first come, first served basis, right?
That's correct.
Suppose we are the first one to be served this grant. Does that mean that it will be equally divided, or we would get a lump sum of the money?
What I have been told by DCA, this was some time ago, this was before the pandemic, so things could have changed, but what they have said is that whoever submits the best application will get funded first. So if we submit several really good applications, we'll get the bulk of the funding. I don't think that they would give us all the funding. I think they want to distribute it, but they want they want to get rid of this money and they want to give it to good projects. So if we submit a lot of good projects, we'll get most of the money. And from what I have seen is we are a lot further ahead than those other two counties in being organized and ready to spend that money. Sir, you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this program, if we would have some questions from constituents, so we can tell them that this money has not been allocated to either community, not yet, right?
It has not been allocated to us yet, except for the rehabilitation of 120 units at Havenwood.
Okay. And that Havenwood is occurred, houses, you know, already over there on Don Cutler, right?
That's right. So it's not going to result in new housing, just rehabilitated housing.
So have they changed your name from Suncrest to Havenwood or what?
I don't know the details of that, sir.
Oh, okay. Okay, and thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Fuller?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Mr. Forgy.
Good morning.
So it looks like we have around 14 projects on the list. Is it, so it's my understanding they can pick and choose of which projects that they would want to award these funds to?
The CDBG DR mitigation, that is correct. But the other ones we've made applications.
Okay, so there's specific applications for that specific project.
Right, for everything above CDBG DR mitigation, those are specific applications that we're waiting to hear on, and I expect most of those will be funded.
Great, okay. And then this might not be your area. We might move this question to someone else, but we spoke about, you mentioned generators at some of our wells, which I felt, you know, is very important. We spoke about it in the past. Do you know, have we been able to get any generators since Hurricane Michael set up permanently at any of our wells?
I do not know that, but okay. I don't think so.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No, sir, no questions.
Commissioner Warbington?
Yeah, couple of questions, Paul. So the Havenwood Springs apartment, were there other things considered, or is that, and I guess, is that a city-owned or privately owned complex?
It's privately owned because it's a tax credit project. But to answer your first question, I do not know. This was conducted by the Georgia State Department of Community Affairs and the development community, and we did not know who was even applying or who they were talking to until they had made the decision to fund the rehabilitation at Havenwood Springs. So the city had no input in that.
Huh, okay. And I guess that one, as well as the next assistance of homeowners, those all have to be located in 31705 zip code.
That is true for now, but we're working with DCA to expand that zip code area because we've submitted information to them to show them the extent of the damage in other zip codes throughout Albany, because there is a significant amount of damage and unrepaired damage in other parts of the community. And DCA said that HUD is considering expanding that area. So there's a chance that we will be able to fund projects outside of 31705. But to my knowledge at this point, it is only for 31705, but it sounds to me like there's a good chance we can use it outside of that zip code.
Okay. And that line item, I see the local match and all is blank. So is that going to be 0% local match on that one as well?
On the assistance to homeowners, yes, there will be no local match required of us. The homeowners will end up having to pay a local, well, they won't have to pay a local match, but I don't think they'll get funded for 100% of their project.
Okay. And then I guess the next question is, I guess if we're awarded these grants, then our local match is a requirement. And so I guess, is this something that is plugged into the budget, or how would we handle I mean, if I just did a quick adding here, you're in the 5 million range maybe that would come out of our pocket in order to get the other amounts.
That's correct. Well, these are things that we've discussed with finance in the process of applying for these things. So there is the expectation that these will be matched out of different funds, mostly the general fund, if we are successful. I want to be very, the things I put up there for the CDBG DR mitigation are dreams. I mean, those are the things that we need, that we can't pay for ourselves, and would be great to have this assistance. We probably won't get funded for all of those or at that amount. So it would be great if we have to find that amount of match, but we probably don't have to worry about 100% of that. I don't know what projects will be eligible when it comes back, but it probably won't be that much in match. But we did talk to finance to make sure that those projects could be matched, because those are things that we know we need to do. So we already have some funding to do some of those things, which can be used towards the match.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Langstaff?
Nothing.
Commissioner Young?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Mr. Forgy. Can you tell me a little bit about how, I guess these projects were generated?
Well, any one in particular, I can give you an overview of how they're generated, but if you're interested in one in particular, I can.
Just an overview.
Okay. Well, the hazard mitigation grant program is more of a finite. They tell us what categories things we can apply for. They have certain categories to begin with. So acquisition, demolition, elevation, and generators are something that GEMA, the Georgia Emergency Management Agency, who distributes this money, really focuses in on. So those were basically the only categories we could apply for. And when we found out about these, we worked with the city manager and the executive team and the other department heads to find out what are the needs that we know of that could be funded through this. Do we need generators? And certainly that was a yes. That's a big thing that we need. So generators was something we focused on immediately, working with the community in the storm damaged areas to find out who is eligible for acquisition or demolition or elevation, working with homeowners to see what their needs are. So my staff worked with people in the community to find out where those needs were, specifically in the floodplain. So we targeted areas of damage in the floodplain. With the CDBG DR, that's a little bit more difficult because that's a long process where the first step is that all the communities who are eligible write out their wish list. And then the state DCA, Department of Community Affairs, takes those 100 different wish lists and combine those into maybe 5 different categories that the communities can apply for. So things that we asked for may never end up on the actual final application because DCA has to submit a plan to the Department of Housing and Urban Development that they then approve. So it's a several step process that gets filtered down through filtered up through different agencies. And then when it finally comes back to us that we can apply for something, the categories may be different. So with the unmet needs, DCA determined housing was the biggest unmet need based on what we had submitted to them. And then we worked with them to figure out how we could address these housing needs. Certainly, addressing damage to homeowners' houses was seen as critical. We gathered what information we could to justify that we needed that through damage reports that we have in the community and unrepaired houses and permits pulled. So it was a lot of data gathering to justify to DCA that we needed that money, but they agreed. And then the CDBG DR mitigation, that's the first round where we're just, these are our dreams, our dream projects that we know we need to do, but cost a lot of money. We have some money for some of these, but to do it fully, we probably don't have the full amount of money. So we're asking, we put these on because we know it'll make the community more resilient. We want to be able to withstand storms like this in the future with not as much downtime, not as much disruption to business or people's lives. So these things we applied for would fit that bill. And we did that the same way, speaking with the administration, with the department heads to figure out what are the kind of things moving forward would really serve the community in the best way.
Okay. Yeah, and that's, I guess, kind of what I was getting at in terms of, are we, are we coming up with these programs ourselves or coming up with the initiatives? Because one of the things that I would like to explore, and I know I was put on the, I guess, the floodplain mitigation committee, but I haven't heard when there's going to be a meeting for that.
Okay.
But I would like to explore that we look at more mitigation for South Albany. As far as I know, there's no berm south of the Oak Ridge Bridge, and we had more flooding in that same area at Oak Ridge on the south side of Oak Ridge, and trying to see if there's a possibility for us to make things so that South Albany could possibly see some development in that area within the floodplain. I don't know if that's possible. I want to believe that that's possible, and that we don't have a whole section of our city that we can never build anything new in again, but to explore the possibilities in terms of flood mitigating or some type of project that will allow us to see some investment back on the south side. So that's one of the projects I would like to see if we can plug that in and so maybe one day when these funds are done again, that will be on the in the program as well.
That's an excellent point, sir, and we will take that into consideration.
Thank you, Mayor.
Reading this, when I was running for office in the fall, I came across some articles that were covering this allocation of funds. I'm sort of surprised that it says right here, first come, first served basis. Seems kind of brutal if the money's available for 3 different counties. But also, Mr. Forgy, I'm noticing it said, is the county taking the lead on this? Am I incorrect?
The county's taking the lead on the unmet needs, the housing portion of that. Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, here's a concern I have. John, is it the Sylvandale area in southeast Albany? I have, when I was knocking on doors down there, that was a concern that many homeowners had, that they felt that they had a lack of information about the availability of funding. The tornado hit some of those houses particularly, but I mean, I have a friend at the gym that lives right over there, and she has asked me many times about what information, what's the status of the process. What I think we need to do, in all fairness, is to identify the folks within this 31705, particularly the homeowners who sustain damage and would qualify for funding. How would we go about that, Mr. Forgy?
Well, we have put together what we can at this point based on building permits, based on looking at aerial maps of blue tarps based on looking at the tax map to find out who owns their property as opposed to who's a renter. Working with code enforcement to identify open code cases on houses. So combining all that information, we can get a pretty good picture of who owns their house, who still needs repairs. So those people have been identified somewhat. I mean, there's certainly going to be people who will not be on that list, but we found probably 70% of them so far.
Well, I mean, this might be a far-fetched suggestion, but I mean, it's not a far-fetched suggestion. I could go to Southeast Albany in a couple of neighborhoods and point out some homes, and I'd like to know whether or not those homes are on our list. How could we go about doing that?
If you want to provide addresses, I can tell you whether or not we've identified them already. I mean, if anyone wants to do that, we can certainly add them to a list. We want to make sure that we cover everyone. Part of the problem is this money has been discussed for 2 years now, and we don't want to get people's expectations up about a project that still may be 6 months away. So we certainly recognize the need for identifying the people who need this funding, but we don't want their expectations up when we don't have any way of giving them any funding immediately. So we're trying to balance those two things, but we are doing a lot in the background to get those, to identify those areas.
Okay, let's make sure we're on the same page before we, I mean, this friend of mine, she said that she heard about it 2 years ago, and then she talks to people from the city, including myself, that really don't have an understanding of what the program is or when the funding's coming. We just need to keep everybody informed. So we got two issues here. How are we going to make sure that everybody that qualifies for this funding is identified? And what you told me is from a combination of aerial photographs, a review of the building permits, reports from code enforcement. How are we notifying these people directly?
We are not at this point because we still don't know when this program will start. But once we feel comfortable about when we can start taking people's information, we're going to, and by we, this is mostly the county who is doing this, but we're working with the county. They have a media campaign that's planned. They're going to do all sorts of social media, advertising, radio ads, and I imagine they'll be out in the community as well, identifying these areas that are in the areas where we've identified there's storm damage, talking to people, knocking on doors.
Okay, who has been knocking on doors or plans to knock on doors?
No one yet. I mean, not since the storm, but not as far as this effort goes. In June, hopefully, DCA has said that they're going to work with the county to finalize the rules and finalize the basically the end of this process, how we're going to get to the point where we can do public intake. And so hopefully in June, they will have that resolved. So I imagine as soon as they have that resolved by July, hopefully, the staff will be out in the field and the media blitz will start to try and get people's attention who may not know otherwise, or we may not have identified otherwise.
Okay. You say the county is doing this. Is this planning and development services on behalf of the county?
No, sir. The county hired a person who, I don't know if she has any staff currently, but a person who has experience in disaster recovery, specifically Community Development Block Grant disaster recovery. She's managed programs in Louisiana. So they hired her to manage their program, or our program.
Mayor, can I interject?
Yes, ma'am.
So part of the reason that we have, we are working closely with the county. Part of the reason that this has not been publicized is because we're waiting for the HUD and DCA to finalize the rules. In other words, what is the eligibility criteria going to be? How much of a match will a homeowner have to make? Can that match be in kind? Will people who had insurance be eliminated, or, you know, and on and on. There's so many pieces that are unknowns that we really need that to be nailed down in order to do a media campaign and a blitz. You can be assured, if we have to knock on every door, send letters to everybody on the property tax roll, we want this money spent in Albany. However, unless and until they decide how the money is going to be spent, it's very challenging for us to go out and canvass neighborhoods because we don't even have an application from DCA yet. This program is very different. Normally we get our allocation directly from HUD. You know, there are many hoops to jump through, but we know what those hoops are, and we handle it directly. These funds are coming through DCA, which is the way that HUD elected to do it. And so we are working closely with them. Paul and Shalina and other staff go to every training. We're made aware of all of the status of the program, but at this point, no decision has been finalized. So the purpose of today was to kind of give you an update. We don't want anybody to feel like they're being left behind. Right now, we just don't have any information. All we've been told is that the affected zip codes, 31705 is one of the affected zip codes. And as Paul shared, we've reported back that there are other zip codes in Albany that potentially have damage. So, you know, I just guess I ask that you have some patience. You know, we are very frustrated with how long this has taken, but it's a process, and it's a process that's outside of our control.
It's not a matter that's presented for discussion. I mean, we're asking for a resolution, correct?
The resolution is for a portion of this. You had requested an update on storm-related grants, and
yes, sir.
It was difficult to ask for simply a resolution for one part of the storm-related grants without addressing your request for an update. So I combined the update of all the storm recovery grants with the resolution to allow the city manager to move forward with one small part of the grants that I discussed.
Okay, but we have a special call meeting and we're asking for a resolution. Is that correct?
That is correct, because
okay. Well, I mean, it's not a matter of being frustrated. I just want to make sure we do this right and we identify any homeowners who are eligible. As I say, I have a vivid recollection of a particular neighborhood that was ravaged by this, and as I said, I have a friend who lives there and has expressed frustration in what she perceives as the failure of the city to, or in this case, the county, to keep them, she and her neighbors advised of what's going on. The one thing I say, obviously, if some of this money is allocated, it would allow us to fund other projects. I mean, there's some of this, the stormwater, sewage, separation, recreation, and placing the utility lines underground. So I would certainly be supportive of that. And would any member of the commission be willing to offer the resolution authorizing the city manager to make application for the hazard mitigation block grant fund?
I offer the resolution, ask for its adoption.
Mayor Pro Tem, is there a second?
I'll second. Ward 4.
Okay, now for discussion. Mayor Pro Tem.
No comment.
Commissioner Fuller.
No, sir.
Commissioner Fletcher.
No, sir.
Commissioner Warmington.
Yeah, so just to clarify, Mr. Forgy, we're on this resolution is only for the HMGP items on our list. When the other items come up, will those come before us again?
Yes.
For the city commission to approve those
Yes,
applications?
sir. Those will come before you.
Okay.
Commissioner Langstaff?
No question.
Commissioner Young?
No question.
Madam Clerk, could we call the roll, please?
2,
Yes.
Ward 3,
Yes.
Ward 4,
Yes.
Ward 5,
Yes.
Ward 6,
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes. Is Mr. Laster and Mr. Gillen still on the line?
Yes, sir. Dan Gillen.
Okay. Mr. Laster?
Yes, Mayor, how are you?
Good morning. Well, I was going to tell you, we've already voted on the allocation of the grants. Y'all are certainly welcome to continue to observe the meeting, but we have addressed your concerns. But like any member of the public, you're certainly welcome.
I like watching good government in action.
Well, and thank you, Mayor. And I'll tell you, I think for Commissioner Young, I think you'll be happy to know, while I've been listening, I've been multitasking, and I've been on a call with Joel Holmes discussing some of the stuff that you asked about earlier. And Joel gave me a call, and so it was good to at least have that, planted that seed. So much appreciate the opportunity.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gillen. I assume it's a special call meeting, so there wouldn't be a right opportunity for other business. Oh yeah, the safety equipment. I'm sorry. Is Chief Scott with us now? Chief, can we hear you?
Yes, sir. I'm on.
Good news. What about Ms. Fields?
Yes, sir, I am.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay.
Morning.
This is a request for approval of 7 sets of Hurst hydraulic rescue jaws of life cutters, spreaders, rams with accessories for the Albany Fire Department for a total expenditure of $236,924.
Let me first correct that statement in the statement of issue, that the total is actually $236,294.
Okay.
That is at the bottom in the recommended action, and it's on the quote.
Yes, ma'am. I stand corrected. I'm looking at my agenda that does say 249, but with that, Ms. Fields, would you like to speak to this item, or is the chief going first?
I'll just let you know that these are for safety, it's safety equipment, and it is. I noticed the incorrect number a few minutes before you did. This purchase will be made through using a public safety GPO contract, and these items are ready for shipment upon your approval.
Chief Scott?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Commission, City Manager. Thank you for allowing me to be with you this morning and to request your approval for this very important extrication equipment. Many of you have undoubtedly heard of the Jaws of Life, mainly used for extrication for people who have had oftentimes very terrible car accidents and require which we call extrication. It is the actual cutting of someone out of a vehicle so that they can receive additional medical attention. AFD currently has 12 sets of Hurst hydraulic rescue Jaws of Life cutters, spreaders, and rams. These rescue tools have been in operation for over 8 years. AFD staff agree that these tools are essential in speeding up rescue operations, but are at the end of their useful life. The current equipment is aging, creating issues for maintenance, parts, and repairs. Also, in the last 10 years, there have been significant upgrades to the safety and strength of vehicles requiring the life-saving equipment to be updated in response. AFD's current sets are first generation, and the requested tools will be fourth generation equipment. The service record of these tools are very robust with minimal downtime and breakage. From a training aspect, the firefighters are very familiar with the tools, and the new tools operate in a similar fashion. With this purchase, Hearst is offering a training refresher class to support firefighters with new technology and features. The purchase will include 7 Hearst hydraulic cutters, 7 Hearst spreaders, 7 Hearst rams, 42 batteries, 14 chargers, and 2 strong arm fire kits, and a 2-year service contract. Of note, the new equipment has longer battery runtime and better durability. The tools are entirely waterproof. They're less bulky, lighter weight, which is safer and easier to deploy. As I mentioned a moment ago, the current tools are about to reach their useful service life, and parts for these tools will soon be unavailable. They also, of note, they have better teeth for grip to the various materials in which cars are made out of, which can reduce the kickback on the safety of the operator. Also, it includes gripping pads, which have been added to the arms of the equipment to assist in rescue operations. These purchased equipment will be placed at all of the seven of the city fire stations, which will allow this new equipment to be utilized all throughout our city should the need be. With that being said, I'll stand by for any questions you may have at this time and humbly request your approval of this request. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fields. Thank you, Chief. Mayor Pro Tem, any questions?
No question.
Commissioner Fuller.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Chief.
Good morning.
The current equipment, will that be, will you keep that on as backup equipment, or will that be moved to sold off as surplus?
That's a great question. We do plan on keeping that equipment for a while longer and using it as backup equipment. We hope to be able to have that to utilize in case our equipment goes down.
Okay, and what value do we think our current equipment would have on the surplus market, roughly speaking?
That's a great question. The useful life of the equipment is we try to keep it about really around 10 years. So it will have certainly have some diminishing value. I do not have a number, but as I mentioned, in just a couple of years, the replacement parts will begin to become unavailable. So trying to, the equipment were to go down, that equipment, the replacement parts will soon become unavailable.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Fletcher.
No question, sir.
Commissioner Warbington.
Yeah, Chief, and I think you addressed this on the phone with me the other day, but these 7 sets, they essentially will outfit all 7 of the city's fire stations. Is that the number of fire stations that we have in the city?
That is correct, and that is the plan. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and then our hope is the county will reciprocate and add them to their fire stations that they fund after this is approved.
That's correct. We will be at some point in the future discussing a similar purchase with the county, and just as we did in the fire truck purchase, we would then take that to the county and advise them of what we have purchased and are moving forward with in our city stations.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Langstaff.
No question.
Commissioner Young.
No questions.
Chief, it says a refresher course. Is that a video, or does somebody come and personally instruct the officers?
They will be personally instructed.
Okay. And is the training course, is it compulsory?
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'm not familiar with that terminology.
I mean, would the officers be required to attend the training course?
Oh, yes, sir, definitely.
And I'm sure you can't get all the officers at the same time. I mean, would this individual from Municipal Emergency Services be here for several days? How's that going to be?
I don't currently have that information of how the training will be done. I do know that this company has really been a good partner with us, and my anticipation is that they will be here and assist us in any way we need to make sure our team is trained properly. And once we receive that initial training, our training officers then become, because we have training officers in the department, they then become responsible then for assisting with training of not only the training officers themselves, but company officers on the fire trucks as well. So as new people come on, those people then will receive the training from either their company officer or from the designated training officer. So that initial training is just but one piece of it as a familiarization to the equipment. The ongoing training is where it is the most important piece. After we become familiar with the new equipment, that training then is ongoing. We call units out to our training site to provide training. We have the opportunity from time to time to train on actual vehicles, actual entry into structures. So that is the most important piece of it. The familiarization of those tools is, I would say, a small part initially to get us off the ground.
So if John, Bill, and Mary were all on a fire truck, they'd all know how to use these cutters and spreaders and rams?
Yes, sir. That's a very important piece of what we do. Also, what MES usually do, they will be here for 3 shifts. We have 3 shifts of firefighters, and the training is usually provided for all 3 shifts. So that would be multiple days of training.
Okay. And this 2-year service contract, is that costing us something, or is that like a warranty?
That's a part of the purchase itself. It is a part of the purchase, and it covers all non-operator error breakage and manufacturer's defects and services, tools to keep in compliance with the 10-year warranty that we receive on the equipment.
Oh, so it is a 10-year warranty?
Yes, sir. It's a 10-year warranty on the equipment.
Okay.
Also, I was saying that this company has been, I think, a good partner. They also provide makeups as well. So we have firefighters who are off and things of that nature. They also work with us to provide makeup training as well.
My concern about this is we've got a special call meeting, and I don't know why we didn't just go through the normal process of having it on a work session. And so why are we here at a special call meeting, Ms. Subadan?
Mayor, the opportunity to get these by the end of the fiscal year presented itself. We do have current year funding that the fire department identified, and we wanted to go ahead and take advantage of that. if we had gone through the normal process, we would not have been able to get them here by the end of the fiscal year.
Okay. The action, the proposed action would be, is this an ordinance or we just a resolution, or we just authorizing staff to make the purchase, Ms. Davis?
This would just be a vote.
Ma'am?
It's just a vote to authorize the purchase. It's not, a resolution is not required.
Okay.
So, Mayor, I would like to offer a motion to approve the purchase of these 7 Hurst hydraulic rescue jaws of life as presented.
Is there a second? Mayor Pro Tem is, motion has been made and seconded. Any discussion, Mayor Pro Tem?
No comment.
Commissioner Fuller?
No, sir.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No, sir.
Commissioner Warburton?
No.
Commissioner Langstaff?
No.
Commissioner Young?
No comment.
Madam Clerk, could we call the roll?
Ward 1, Ward 2,
Yes.
Ward 3,
Yes.
Ward 4,
Yes.
Ward 5,
Yes.
Ward 6,
Yes.
Mayor.
Mayor votes yes, and that concludes the special call meeting. The meeting will be adjourned, and is it the will of the commission to proceed straight into the work session?
Yes, please.
Okay. I notice, Ms. Subadan, we have the strategic priorities for the Albany City Commission. I just want to point out that I had no involvement in making that decision, and I want to point that out. I don't really think it needs to be on the agenda, but until the present commission passes on that. But the first item is Miss Charlie James. Ms. James, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Welcome, Ms. James.
Hello.
Ms. James, you've asked, I believe, speak on the dangerous dog ordinance. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You have, we generally like to keep it to 5 minutes. Would you think you can do it within that time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You have the floor.
Yes, so my request was the dangerous dog ordinance for the city of Albany currently requests that if your dog is deemed dangerous, that you have to secure a surety bond. And there are no companies that give surety bonds for dangerous dogs. The state of Georgia dangerous dog ordinance requires either or the insurance or the surety bond, as well as surrounding counties. So I was asking the commission to review the current ordinance for the city of Albany and either make it an and or for the insurance or the surety bond, or take the surety bond requirement off. The surety bond is generally, if something does happen after the dog is deemed dangerous, it's supposed to cover whatever it is as well, but the insurance does the same thing. And so I was just asking the commission to take a look at that to see if that ordinance could be adjusted.
Is that all you had, Ms. James?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Anybody have any questions for Ms. James? Mayor Pro Tem?
No question.
Mr. Fuller?
No, sir.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No questions.
Commissioner Warmington?
No.
Commissioner Langstaff,
No.
Commissioner
Mr.
Young.
Good morning, Ms. James. Can you tell me what, I guess, precipitated your concern in this particular issue? Did you have an incident or something?
Yes, sir. I had 2 dogs that were deemed dangerous, and we fulfilled all the physical requirements for it as far as the fencing, the underground wiring, the pins, the signs. We had all of that, but because we could not get a surety bond, I even got insurance well above the required amount, and because we could not get a surety bond, my dogs are still in the Humane Society.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is this our city ordinance 10-164? Yes. Ms. Davis? I see some issues here. First, why does it, if somebody moves from town that has a dangerous dog, I don't know why they'd have to, what authority we'd have to require them to notify the animal control officer in that other city, and then there's this 10 days and 30 days. We just need to look at that. But obviously, so our ordinance is not consistent with the present state law. That's what Ms. James has brought to our attention, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry.
No, sorry. No, that's correct. The state law doesn't require, the surety bond only requires liability insurance. Our city code provision requires both.
Why is that?
Surety bonds, in our office's opinion, are the ultimate protection because there is no defense if, the surety bonders, the company would have to pay. There wouldn't be much of a contest, whereas liability insurance is not as good, we think, as a surety bond. Just to protect the public is our point. Thank you.
Having walked all over this town, I think there are a lot of folks that got pit bulls that don't have insurance at all, and they're probably not registered. And here we got Ms. James is willing to comply with the ordinance. I think we should certainly take action. That would be my recommendation, that we take action to bring the ordinance in line with the statute. It appears that the
Mr. Mayor, so Mr. Davis, can you explain how is a dog determined to be dangerous? What is the criteria?
Amount of injury caused.
We can't hear Nathan.
The injury that is sustained after a hearing before the Animal Control Board. They decide if it's based on what the evidence is, and this hearing was held back on October the 4th of last year, and both of the dogs were determined to be dangerous dogs, and the board entered a written order in that regard, and that is what would have precipitated the need for the surety bond and the other requirements about a PIN, et cetera. Thank you for asking.
Right. The reason I ask that is based on the mayor's comments. It's not based on the perception of a dog being dangerous or a certain breed. There has to be an actual action, which happened with Mrs. James' dogs, where an injury occurred. Then it's determined to be dangerous.
Positively, yes, sir. There's an independent. Let me make sure I'm unmuted.
You're good.
Okay. Yeah, there's an notice. Due process requires notice and an opportunity to be heard, and so the notice was given to set up a hearing in response to Sherman Caper's assets having done an investigation into the alleged injury, and the board listens to the evidence, and then Ms. James was present, presented her side. The city presented its evidence. We then left the room, and the board rendered its decision. They deliberated among themselves, and that's what resulted in their order a few days later, back in October of last year. Thank you. But again, thanks for asking. It's only after a full-blown hearing of actual live testimony from the alleged victim, as well as his spouse and neighbors. Thank you again for asking.
Any further questions?
Ms. James, so you're saying that no one provides a surety bond. Is that a statement of nobody in the city of Albany? Does somebody in a different geographic region, are they willing to provide a bond that covers somebody that lives in Albany, or what was the reason why a surety bond was not able to be procured?
All of the companies that I called stated that a surety bond for that reason was too high of a liability, and that's why they don't do it. And that's when I also started looking at the Georgia state statute. I looked at Leesburg statute, because the surety bond is if after they're deemed dangerous, if something happens, they get out, it covers it. But it's not nothing to physically keep the dogs in, which is why I was requesting, it being reviewed. Because I was also informed once I started requesting, I talked to the assistant city manager, and he said that he was informed that the city statute was put in place before the state statute, and it was never went back and reviewed. So that's why I was requesting the review to see if there could be some changes made.
Any other questions? Officer Gaberson.
Were you still going down the list, or you just, when you said more questions, I didn't know if you were going down.
I'm sorry, I thought we'd already been through the,
I think you start with Chad, if I'm not.
I apologize. Commissioner Langstaff.
Nothing from me. Commissioner
Young.
Yeah, so I just wanted to be clear. When I asked, was there an incident with the dogs, you did have an incident, and that's, I guess that's what the city attorney says precipitates the designation of a dangerous dog, not a breed, but an actual incident where the dog harmed somebody?
Yes, there was an incident in either August or September of last year.
Okay. And for Attorney Davis, again, just to be clear,
yes,
that's when this particular requirement kicks in, is when the dog has harmed somebody?
That's absolutely right, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to be clear.
Hey, Demetrius, Nathan sent us that report this morning, so you might not have seen it before our meeting, but it's in your email.
Okay, I'll take it. Thanks.
I certainly wouldn't have a problem bringing the ordinance in line with state law. However, I do have knowledge that some homeowners' policies actually have an exclusion for dangerous dogs, particularly if they've paid one claim in the past. So, but I'm educated now that this definition of dangerous dog comes only after there has been an attack. But with that, I appreciate Ms. James coming to us, and could we have that on agenda to consider bringing our ordinance in line with the state law? But Ms. James, I hope you understand that somebody has been injured by these animals, and if it happens again, I think they'd have to be put down. Isn't that correct? Okay. Does the board have authority to order that an animal be euthanized?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay. Ms. James, you want to say anything else?
No, sir.
Okay, we thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is consideration of reinstituting the state of emergency. I have sent a letter out to the commission. If you will recall, an executive order was entered first by Mr. Kohelas without consulting me. I don't think he has the right or the authority to enter state of emergency. As I read the ordinance, it says the mayor individually or with the chairman of the county commission. But be that as it may, we subsequently entered executive orders which were in place. I think they were to expire on April 7th. In the interim, the governor instituted a state of emergency for the entire state, and we have been under that state of emergency. We continue to remain under the state of emergency. And what I wanted to do, I certainly didn't want to take any action without consulting the commission. And I want to hear from you if you think it's necessary. Also, I guess we need to hear from the city attorney. Ms. Subadan has expressed concern that you might be risking allocation of funds if you don't have a local state of emergency in place. I don't know if that's true, but certainly we need to take that into account. So with that, I'm open to discussion. Mayor Pro Tem, what are your feelings on this?
Can you give us, can Nathan give us another clarification of the state of emergency and when it will be expired?
The most recent one from the governor came out at the end of last month, and I'll email you all the expiration date. I can't remember it off the top of my head. 30 days. Usually it's state law requires, a window every 30 days, I'll call it. I'll give you all the date after the meeting.
And Mayor, what about you?
Oh, well, I guess I need some guidance as well, Mayor Pro Tem. What I'm saying is the state of Georgia is under a state of emergency, but the city of Albany and Dougherty County state of emergency has expired. So, I guess I just would like to hear the commission's thoughts on it. And I think we need a opinion from the city attorney. Obviously what the concern Ms. Subadan expressed needs to be addressed. If there's apparently a requirement that there has to be a state of emergency before a municipality or a county is eligible for certain funding. Is that correct, Ms. Subadan?
That has been my experience and understanding. This is a little different because there is a statewide state of emergency, which is uncommon. So I just wanted to bring it up to make sure that we did not miss, that we didn't have a misstep that precluded us from getting our reimbursement because of a technical issue. Because obviously we are operating under a state of emergency as declared by the state. But I just don't want us to have a misstep with our, with being able to get our reimbursements.
And so excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem, it is an item that I wanted on the agenda because I don't want to go declaring a state of emergency without consulting the commission. But Ms. Subadan's concerns are separate and well taken, and I think we probably need a legal opinion if we could get the city attorney to look in that. And Nathan, what we're talking about here is, do we place ourselves, is there a need for a local state of emergency when you have a statewide state of emergency. I wouldn't think there would be a need, but certainly if some federal regulation says as a requirement. But Mayor Pro Tem, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem is muted. You're good now. You're good now. Go ahead.
Okay. Mayor, I think that since the governor has extended this state of emergency, I think we should let ours on mirror behind the governor executive order.
So you think we should have a local state of emergency?
Yeah, to be in compliance, right?
Okay. Well, I mean, we got to be in compliance anyway. but okay. Anything else, Mayor?
That's it.
Commissioner Fuller.
Yes, I mean, I would think, again, since the state is under a state of emergency still, that we would be covered. But at the same time, is there any negative repercussions of us not extending our local state of emergency? If no I can't think of any myself, but if anybody else knows of any, otherwise, I don't see why we wouldn't go ahead and extend it locally as well.
Commissioner Fletcher.
I feel the same way Commissioner Fuller did. Thank you.
Commissioner Warmington.
Well, my first comment is I appreciate you talking to us about this, Mayor. As an elected official, certainly is some frustration when you see a declarative emergency on WLB and not being consulted. So that is one change I would like to propose even sometime in the future, is I believe even if we have a joint emergency, it ought to be approved by one or both commissions, very similar to the way the state does it, where the state legislation does that, and it's also time bounded. So to have a perpetual state of emergency should be something I would not recommend. So as far as right now, the question is why? And if it's purely driven by a risk of finances, then maybe that even should drive us to look at what's the purpose of a state of emergency. And the public begins to not to understand what the purpose of a state of emergency is, who's in control, is the chief, what is his role, if we're purely doing it from a financial standpoint. So I guess I'm just kind of on the fence at the moment as to why and what changes, almost like Commissioner Fuller was asking, any cost associated. I would assume being in a state of emergency, you cut through red tape so that the chief, who's our EMA director, can make hour-to-hour, minute-to-minute decisions on purchases, overtime, staffing, calling in people, vice versa. If we just have an ongoing state of emergency, does he still have those powers? Are we watering down the whole reason we're in a state of emergency? Now, I know we're in unprecedented times, and certainly this is extended longer than any state of emergency that we've ever experienced in the past, because typically a storm is coming in and the storm is gone or what have you. This has come in and it's obviously lingering. So I guess my comments were I'm almost like Commissioner Fuller. I don't see the reasons why to do it, and I guess technically see a lot of reasons why not to do it.
Commissioner Langstaff.
No comment.
Commissioner Young.
I do echo some of the same comments. What I would like to do is make sure we're still, in the middle of this pandemic, and even also in this time of unrest, in terms of the protests that are going on in the country, that we do maintain a cooperation with the county and work in good faith to do what we all know is necessary to keep folks safe. I do have some concerns with, I guess, the structure of the emergency management operation with it's seeming that the only person that is necessarily included is the mayor. I know there has been a lot of questions as to, why the, city commission hasn't been, or city commissioners in specific haven't been more, I guess, visible, but we're not, quote unquote, in that particular operation. So we do have to kind of sit and on the sidelines for right now. But that's no aspersion to the work that has been done so far. But for right now, I think we ought to, err on the side of caution and kind of go with the flow. But then we do need to have a serious conversation with our colleagues at the county as to the clarity of emergency situations and moving forward, how that's actually going to be structured.
Thank you, Commissioner Young. And I would like to say something for the benefit of the public. Commissioner Young just said something, and I don't think he meant to mislead anybody, but I have been very diligent in updating my colleagues on the commission about the activities of the task force throughout this, because I know that they have constituents who have questions, and I've certainly tried to keep everybody apprised of what's going on a regular basis. And but I do want to say before we get back to the issue, I've learned, I had no familiar with the Georgia Emergency Management Act until we were ravaged by the first deaths in March. I looked into it, and in 92 and 93, the legislature passed a law and said every city and county has a right to enact a emergency management ordinance. But if they elect not to enact such an ordinance, then they're not eligible for any funding from GEMA. So, of course, it was the action was taken here in Albany and Dougherty County, and the city of Albany has never updated its emergency management ordinance. It certainly needs to be looked at. Commissioner Warrington pointed out that the state of emergency does not require consultation of any member of the commission. There's a separate statute, I think, in the charter. No, it wouldn't be a statute in the charter that says the mayor can declare the state of emergency with the concurrence of 2 commissioners, but that's not what we've been following under. There are certainly provisions that need to be addressed. There's no time limit on the state of emergency, but getting back to this issue, there is, as the commission is aware, I guess most of the public is aware, a task force. Now, Mr. Cohilas appointed everybody to that task force without consulting me. So, but I do acknowledge that it is very beneficial to have the fire chief, the sheriff, the police chief, all on the same call, with the representatives of Phoebe Putney being updated. Ms. Subadan in recent weeks has been collating information regarding the number of tests that are administered, the number of the percentage of positives, so we can monitor what's happening in the community. But one issue that we need to understand is, I think that the Emergency Operations Center, once the state of emergency expired, I really question whether or not the Emergency Operations Center should continue to operate without a state of emergency. And I guess you could argue there is a statewide state of emergency, but that's not what our local ordinance, I don't think it has any provision for that. And again, it hadn't been updated. I was looking at Savannah's. It's something we need to look at, but I will take whatever direction from the commission as regards going forward. This is something that I wanted the commission to make the decision on,
And
If I could just pop in there real quick, in terms of the EOP, or Emergency Operations Center, we're still, sending calls there for information. So I think it does provide a central point of communication when people have questions. I had somebody call me yesterday that wanted to host an event that, they still have questions about social distancing and what the requirements were. And, I didn't want to tell them anything wrong, so I just had them call the Emergency Operations Center. I still think things like that are valuable in terms of what we're doing right now. That's why, I wasn't saying that, you weren't doing any, doing your job or whatever that might have been construed. I was just saying that right now, what we have going, we've been working in that vein for 2 months or more, and it seems to be working. So I'm of the mind frame, if it ain't broke, don't fix it until, it needs to be shut down and put out a commission, and then we could have the conversation about what we do in future emergencies after this is over with.
I appreciate that, Commissioner. I mean, and the one thing I want to point out, I just think there is a disconnect here because the task force has continued to meet. The EOC continues to respond, and clearly there are important considerations. I think the EOC is necessary, quite frankly, because we're coming to these press conferences. We're telling the community, if you see a business that's not in compliance with executive order, call the EOC, and then what the staff at the EOC, Chief Scott can correct me if I'm wrong, promptly notifies law enforcement, and they investigate the complaints. But I do think that if the EOC continues to operate and the task force continues to meet, there needs to be a local state of emergency. And I may be wrong about that, but like I say, if the city attorney could give us a opinion on that, if that's agreeable with the commission. Any reservations, objections?
I would say go forward.
Commissioner Fuller?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Fletcher? Commissioner Fletcher? Commissioner Warrington?
Yes.
Commissioner Langstaff?
Yes.
Commissioner Young?
Yes.
Okay, with that, we'll look for a opinion from the city attorney, and we can start working. And if the city attorney believes it's a prudent thing to do, we will reinstate a state of emergency, and that action will not be taken without consulting the commission. The next item on the agenda is discussion regarding the possibility of participating in COVID-19 community antibody testing. Here's another issue that's come up in recent weeks. It was the city manager and I, and Ms. Subadan can speak to this, the county administrator and Mr. Kohelas were on a telephone conversation with a professor at Augusta University, which I have now found out Augusta College and the Medical College of Georgia have combined and under one administration, I believe. And two staff members were talking about the benefit of antibody testing. This would be, I think I sent a letter out. I think the figure was $80,000, and Mr. Kohelas was proposing that the county and the city share the expense, but also was wanting to inquire to see if the school system would be involved.
I really didn't want people to start being tested and then the commission not know about it is another example of, I just want to keep everybody in the loop. I sent out a report after that conversation, and I think I enumerated what the professor had identified as the advantages of the antibody testing. He said that they would be testing in Columbia County, which is adjacent to Richmond County, sort of a suburb of Richmond County, in the coming weeks. I think he said they could be available in 2 weeks. What the issue was the proposal was to test 1,000 people. And I suggested to the professor that if we were going to do it, we needed to sort of mirror the demographics of the community. And then, of course, he said that would involve some more expense. And also the challenge there would be you would have to sort of invite people as opposed to just allow individuals to be tested for the antibodies. And then he also said that we should consider retesting the same people in 6 months. And there were various reasons for that, including if some people tested negative and then had the antibodies in 6 months, you would know that we were continuing to have transmission in the community, because that would tell you that that person had been infected in the interim. Another issue he pointed out is if you have somebody who is positive for the antibodies on the first testing and they're negative for the antibodies on the second testing, that would be very important, because it would basically debunk the consensus that if somebody has the virus, that he or she has at least some short-term immunity. There were some other issues. I put them in the letter. I just wanted to hear what the commission said, because like I said, I didn't want testing to start being administered and then the commission had no idea what was going on until constituents were asking them what's going on. Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor, I think it's a good concept that we need to follow. And the reason why I say that, because several weeks ago, realized that we were the hot spot in the United States of America. So anything that can help or to enhance that our citizens to participate, I certainly will be in agree with that. And the reason why I say that is that we got to realize that we need citizens to participate in this antibody testing, because we as politicians don't know exactly when this coronavirus will decide to suppress and go away. So the more we can get it, the more life we can save. I'm certainly in favor of that.
Mr. Fuller?
Yes, I'm in favor of moving ahead with the testing.
Okay. Mr. Fletcher? Commissioner Fletcher? Commissioner Warmington?
What was the dollar amount again that would be required of the city for this?
Well, it was in the letter I sent to you, Commissioner. I think the figure was $80,000, but then the professor pointed out that if you start identifying the individuals to be tested, it would obviously be more extensive, because I think you have to have a statistician. And the other thing is you have to start identifying and selecting people rather than just take the first 1,000 folks who come. And the point there is, if of the 1,000 people who were tested, 500 were Hispanic, I don't think that would come very near to mirroring the demographics of the community. And I question, and the professor did say, if you had a representative sample like that and then did the retesting, I mean, he expressed interest in doing this in Albany and Dougherty County because the high infection rate here. And he said that this might be a study that would, the findings could be published in a medical journal if it was conducted with.
Yeah, so my comments would be, I think there are so many things still unknown about this coronavirus. I would have a problem committing citizen taxpayer dollars essentially for an experiment, trying to identify how will it help the citizens of Albany versus helping this professor or helping some general overall study of trying to figure this element out. Certainly want to cooperate and do what we can to help, but to commit citizens dollars that starts at 80,000 and goes up from there, I would just need a little more understanding of how this would benefit the citizens of Albany if the citizens of Albany is putting their money towards it.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Langstaff?
No comment.
Commissioner Young?
I guess in light of Mr. Warburton's comments, I do see that as an issue as well. What I was initially thinking was that it would be a good thing, because I do know that there are, some people who, and that includes me, who feel that they may have had some contact with the virus early on before we knew we had an issue with the virus, and the CDC has earlier this week admitted that the virus probably has been here since January. I myself talked to my physician about getting an antibody test, and do still have plans to do that. But in the context of, well, I guess testing is testing, and maybe if that's, under that mode, maybe that, because testing is not the same thing, quote unquote, as an experiment. Maybe we do have some people who feel like that may, be, kind of setting the community up to be guinea pigs, but I don't know exactly how that works. So that's something that I just have to think about it.
Okay. Is that all, Commissioner Young?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Well, the other thing I think I missed the most obvious point here is that the antibody testing I have written, the Department of Public Health is doing antibody testing in areas of Fulton and DeKalb counties. The primary objective, I talked about two of the other considerations, but I think the primary objective is because if somebody has the antibodies, that means they've had the virus. What it does is it gives an accurate, it identifies pretty closely the percentage of people who have actually had the virus. And there was some discussion, I think it was in New Jersey or New York, or maybe both, that in some communities they did antibody testing and it was up around over 30% of the folks had the antibody. And that was one thing, particularly since Albany was a hot spot, that would have been a benefit. Ms. Subadan, did you want to say anything about this?
Yeah, I actually did. And I have talked to my colleague in Columbia County. So they used a very controlled group. It was their teachers and county employees. And to Commissioner Young's point, they have had a very low infection rate in their county. But what they're looking for is, were people exposed in January? Because they had a lot of people that were very sick in January. And so they're curious. They want to know, did this thing run through their community unbeknownst to them? And if you remember, we had a pretty significant flu event, or we believed it to be a flu event in January as well in our community. So a couple of things to bring you up to speed. Probably by now, about 3,000 people in our community have already been tested. I know that the hospital has done some pretty extensive antibody testing, and private physicians are also doing antibody testing. To also bring you up to speed, as of last week, we have done about 17,000 tests in our community, not antibody tests, just coronavirus testing. And so partly the reason we approached Augusta University was by percentage, I think we've probably done way more testing than any other community, certainly any other community in Georgia. And so it would potentially provide a very good test case to create some, for the purpose of research, to possibly create some solutions, some outcomes as it relates to survivability if a person has the antibody. So, but truthfully, there is so much that is unknown. They really don't know if you have the antibody, will you retain it? They don't know if you have the antibody, does that make you resistant? They use the example of measles, you know, and other coronaviruses where, like SARS, initially they didn't know. Over time, they have recognized that people do develop immunity, and they also have been able to narrow down the time frame that people have the immunity for. So, you know, I don't have a recommendation for you. I think it would be interesting. I think that it would be interesting also to have other partners at the table. Certainly, you know, participating in scholarly research does have some broader positive outcomes, but I don't know that those would be outcomes directly for Albany. The other thing is, I would hate for people to think just because I have the antibody, I can go about my business, I don't have to social distance or wash my hands or wear a mask and have a false sense of security, because the truth is they don't know yet. It's too soon to really know what having the antibody means. So that's my perspective. I think it's interesting work, and I think that they're going to have some interesting outcomes, but I don't know that there's a quote unquote tangible benefit for Albany citizens right at this time.
Is that all?
Yes, that's it.
Yeah, I just want to point out that if the county paid 40 and the city paid 40, this is be within the city manager's spending limit. But I do think because of the nature of the issue, the commission needed to be informed, and with that, I would again just ask, it's my understanding that only Commissioner Warrington has opposition and Commissioner Young has some reservations. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. With that, it looks like the majority has is generally supportive, and so Ms. Subadan, you can handle that as you deem appropriate. Fair enough?
Yes, sir, and I'll report back.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Okay. The next item on the agenda is code enforcement. We've had some discussion about code enforcement being under the police department. I think it needs to be a separate standalone department. Commissioner Langstaff takes issue with that. And so Commissioner Langstaff, this is your item.
Thank you, Mayor. Just at the last meeting, Commissioner Howard had stated, I guess when we were discussing the budget, he was concerned about who the director of code enforcement would report to. I think it was stated that they would report to the police chief. And I think after Nathan got into the legal analysis of the charter and everything, he basically said I'm paraphrasing, but I think what Nathan was saying was that it's up to the city manager unless the city commission dictates otherwise. And the reason I wanted it on the agenda is not because I want a particular thing. I just as soon leave it up to the city manager, but I just didn't want to get in that situation where we can't pass a budget at the 11th hour because there's not clear guidance from 4 commissioners about what they want to see with respect to the structure. So I guess what the agenda item for me is, I'm just calling on those of you that want a particular structure to put it forward and let's vote it up or down. And I guess Nathan, correct me if I'm wrong, but I guess what your opinion was, it's up to the city manager unless there are 4 votes to set it a specific way. Is that correct?
Yes, so that's exactly right. It's all summed up by GMA at page 17 of your agenda package, that you and your colleagues adopt, modify, or reject the city manager's recommendations. Thank you.
So that's all I got, Mayor, is just asking if y'all wanted a particular way, somebody make a motion, discuss it, and vote on it so there's clear direction. That's it.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I'm still of the opinion, I still support that. I think that this code enforcement should be a standalone department.
Commissioner Fuller?
This time, it's my opinion, unless we're certainly open for discussion, that it stays under the police departments.
Okay. Anything else?
No, sir, that's all.
Commissioner Fletcher?
I would like to see it stay under the police department. Thank you.
Commissioner Warmington?
So I guess when I look at the current priorities of this commission that we've made very clear since our retreat, there's a lot of work to do in code enforcement. We're funding an additional $600,000. We just authorized Nathan to start doing 6 times the city tax for blighted properties. That's going to take a tremendous amount of work. Before the coronavirus, I had asked for a new agenda item to start really targeting these extended stay hotels. That's going to require a lot of work. I just, not because there's any opinion about what the charter says or doesn't say, as Nathan has, Mr. Davis has spoken. I just believe if it's a top priority, it needs to have its own structure and own reporting line with all the things that we're saying as a priority going forward.
Anything else? Commissioner Langstaff?
I have nothing further, only that I think somebody would have to make a motion at a regular meeting to change things. I don't, Nathan can speak to that. I don't know if a formal motion is required to do whatever, but anyway, that's my only comment.
Mr. Young?
I don't have a comment on that this time.
Okay. Ms. Subadan sent out a email. I guess, would she like to speak to this?
Thank you, Mayor. You know, ultimately, I want you to be successful in what your priorities are. And setting up the staff and the reporting structure to get results is what I think you charged me with. And what I look to do is to maximize the talent of the staff, hire the right people in order to carry out the priorities of this board. And while this board has slightly different priorities than your predecessors, I'd like to think that we've been pretty successful in doing that. And I expect that that will continue. So what I would ask is for direction. Ultimately, if you want me to deliver results, then I would ask that you let me set the reporting structures up to deliver results. Having it as a separate department is no problem. We can do that. There really is no commingling of funds at this time. It has its own funding structure. We did include a director position in the budget pursuant to your direction. Originally, it was a major. We changed that to a director. We can simply strike the name division and call it a department if that's your desire. But ultimately, what I need to be able to do is to deploy staff in such a way to meet your requirements. And how I do that, I think should be my responsibility, since you are going to hold me accountable for the outcome. And so that's what I would like to add.
Okay, thank you. My position remains the same. First, I saw the city attorney's letter to Mr. Langstaff. I disagree with it. My position has been and remains that in 2007 or whenever the city commission made the decision to amend the charter to designate code enforcement as a separate department. This is not a matter that a vote can be taken, because essentially what you're doing is you're amending the charter. And just because continue to be the problem, it's been ignored for the last 5 or 10 years, that doesn't give you a right to continue to ignore the charter. The charter specifically says that unlike almost any other department, probably that the code enforcement is subject to supervision of the city commission and the city manager. That's in the charter. That's not an ordinance. And my concern is this, that if we are going to allocate the funds to demolish these dilapidated properties, we need to have someone who can come before us and explain why the job, what is being done. If the job's not being done, I don't want to look at Chief Pursley and ask him why these homes are not being, why these buildings aren't being demolished. I want to speak to a department head from code enforcement. And regardless of how you get there, I guess we just need to decide something today. I don't think we need to take a vote, but certainly Commissioner Langstaff can make a motion, or anybody else can make a motion. But what Ms. Subadan is saying is that she wants some direction. I guess what we could do is take a poll. It's my opinion that this should be a standalone department with a department head who can come and make presentations to this committee, this commission. The city manager says allow the city manager to make the decisions of the reporting structure. Well, the point is there's an exception that's been made, and it's in the city charter. And for some reason, the city commission wanted to have the ability to supervise this particular department in with the city manager. And so with that, I would ask, let's go through the roll, and we'll ask if yes or no, do you believe code enforcement should be a separate department? Mayor Pro Tem.
You don't think this should wait until our regular meeting at the end of the month as a regular? Or are you just calling this a straw poll?
Yeah, I mean, we just taking Ms. Subadan wants some direction. I think we need to give her some direction. Unless Commissioner Langstaff, this is your item, you want to make a motion, but
Mayor, can I add something?
Yes, ma'am.
So just to be clear, I guess I'm not the attorney, and so I understood the charter to read that this person would be able to come before you, make report, but are you saying that this person is an appointee? Because I can assure you, anybody that we hire at the department level or better would absolutely be capable and would regularly come before you, would make reports, would answer your questions, would follow up on items, would carry out your initiatives. And that's a requirement of every director. But I just want to make sure that I understand what I hear you saying. What I thought I heard you say is that this person would report to the board. So is this person, the people who report to the board right now are appointees? So is this an appointed position? In which case you would hire and supervise the person independent of the city manager?
No, ma'am, I'm not, no, but if you look at the charter, Madam City Manager, you will see that, for some reason it says that the city commission and the city manager will supervise. That's what's in the charter. And, I mean, but that's a separate issue. I'm really not arguing that with Mr. Langstaff this morning, even though we can argue it at a later time. I mean, I think what we're looking at is, as I understand Commissioner Langstaff's position is, let's give the city manager some direction so we can go forward. And that's why I was suggesting taking the straw poll unless Commissioner Langstaff wanted to take the initiative.
The only comment I've got on that, Mayor, is it's one thing to say it's a separate department, which I guess has a different meaning maybe to everyone. You know, what does that mean? Well, it's a department head level person, I guess, which, you know, affects the pay scale, I guess, you know, as opposed to just being a, I don't know what else you call it, a division within another department. But so that's one issue, is exactly what do we mean by it's a department. Number two is, who does the department head report to? I mean, what I understood from Commissioner Howard's comments at the last meeting was he didn't want that person to report to the police chief. So the second question is, well, who does that person report to? Can they report to an assistant city manager or directly to the city manager, or what? I mean, because they have to have, there has to be a chain of command. It just sounded like he wanted to comment on the chain of command. And I think Commissioner Worthington has an opinion on that as well. So it's really two separate issues.
Well, you tell me how you want to address the first of those issues or the second of those issues, whatever your preference is, and we'll do it.
I do not have a motion. I would leave it up to the city manager. I just was asking that if anyone has a preference on any of those, either of those two items, to put it forth in a motion.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think what we'll do is we'll just take a straw poll and give the city manager some direction. Mayor Pro Tem, again, I'd ask you, would you prefer that code enforcement be a separate department with an independent department head, or remain under the police department or some other department?
I think, Mayor, I think that it need to be a standalone department, and I can agree that it report to the city manager, just like any other department, but I think that we certainly need that. And just for those that may need some clarification, is that the police department does an excellent job in all parts of the city. But I am a firm believer that the police department, we're gonna certainly need them to continue to make sure that the citizen of this community is safe, and that a department head of the code enforcement, we got a lot of work to do within this city. And it's not only in East Albany and the South Side, there are issues with property that is being completely walked away with in this community. Individuals are putting houses up on low and moderate income individuals, and to alleviate a lot of these commercial structure and residential structure, we're looking at not only a, as they say, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. And I think we need a department head that report to the city manager and to get these cases in front of the municipal court judge. Because if we don't, we're just going to continue to see nice residents in this community completely just going to walk away from property saying that because it's taking too long to get these piece of property in court, and then also when the judge give an extension. And as my colleague Commissioner Warburton had alluded to, there are numerous hotels that not only have extended stay, but a lot of those hotels have a lot of issues and problems, and I think that's where it's going to need public safety officers to really help us cut down on some of those activities taking place in those extended hotels.
Okay. Commissioner Fuller, you've expressed your opinion. You believe it ought to stay with the police department, is that correct?
Yes, sir. And I'm good with having a department head come and speak, maybe once a month at our meetings and keeping us abreast with what's going on. But I think it should stay under the authority of the police department.
Okay. And Commissioner Fletcher, that's your opinion as well, right? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Warmington?
Yeah. I would, my opinion would be for it to be a separate department.
Okay. Commissioner Langstaff?
I would just leave it up to the city manager to decide who the department head reports to.
Okay. And Commissioner Young?
Yeah, I still don't have a concrete opinion either way at this time. We identified quite a few issues with code enforcement. Part of it was dealing with the municipal court fines and whether or not they were high enough, whether or not they were being policed strong enough in terms of the fines and whatnot. And we've also, even at GMA kind of identified some of the things that may, be an ordinance problem. And then even with the method that code enforcement goes about, whether it's complaint driven, whether it's, okay, are we going to concentrate on this part of town and let people know so they can go ahead and get their act together, so to speak. So, it's just a lot that's in it that we've identified. So I just, like right now, I don't have a concrete opinion which way it should go, whether it should go out on its own or whether or not it needs to come stay up under the police department.
Okay. Unfortunately, it's going to be a 3-3-1. Just in closing, I think code enforcement's been a foster child, been switched around from department to department. It ought to be a independent department. It is an independent department because that's what the charter says. But the fact of the matter is, I would submit that this city commission, through its desultory approach to blight in this city, has done a disservice to the community. And at our retreat, this was identified as a priority. I mean, what we're talking about now is if we're going to implement this blight tax, if we're going to start bringing down these blighted properties, we've funded demolition. And what the city commission has done over the last few years, as I said, is a disservice to the community. If you walk through neighborhoods, if you drive down Slappy Drive, this city, our appearance is we should be ashamed of the way this city looks. And if you want to accomplish any of these priorities, you're going to have to do something about the city. And what I think you're doing is, if you don't make a change and a drastic change, you're going to keep getting what you got. So with that, the next item is a request for deferment of HUD Section 108 payments. Ms. Hawkins and Ms. Brown are going to speak to this. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I'll speak to that. The request for deferment of the Section 108's loan repayment by the city to HUD and Albany Holdings LLC Section 108 repayment to the city is the item for consideration. In 2004, the city obtained a Section 108 loan from the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development for the purpose of constructing a hotel in partnership with Albany Holdings LLC. On April 13th, the city was notified by HUD that deferment requests for the principal portion of the Section 108 loan repayments were being accepted. This deferment offer is a result of communities seeking relief from the economic impact caused by the coronavirus pandemic. HUD recommends that the city take advantage of this offer for a 1-year principal payment deferment of its Section 108 loan resulting from loss of revenue. HUD is only allowing deferment of the principal payment in the amount of $275,000 due by August 1st, and as interest cannot be deferred. HUD is, however, allowing the city to use a portion of its annual community development block grant allocation to satisfy its interest payment. City staff request authority to seek a 1-year deferment of the city's Section 108 loan repayment to HUD. HUD requires the city submit a formal written request for such deferment. Additionally, Albany Holdings LLC seeks a 6-month deferment of its Section 108 loan repayment to the city and a waiver of accumulated late fees. In February 2004, the city made a Section 108 loan in the amount of $5.5 million to Albany Holdings LLC for the construction of the Hilton Garden Inn. The present principal outstanding loan balance is $1,823,059.56 with a maturity date of April 30th, 2025. Albany Holdings LLC's loan repayment to the city is the primary source of repayment for the city to repay its Section 108 loan to HUD. As a result of the coronavirus crisis, the hotel has suffered loss of revenues and continues to experience financial losses. In March 2020, Albany Holdings made a formal request to the city for a 6-month deferment of its loan repayment. The deferment request will cover payments from December 30th, 2019 through May 30th, 2020, and Albany Holdings will resume its monthly loan payments in the amount of $28,009.50 to the city beginning on June 30th, 2020. Additionally, the late fees have accumulated over the life of the loan in the amount of $19,046.46. Albany Holdings LLC is requesting that these fees be waived. Staff recommends the approval to make formal written requests to HUD for deferment of the principal portion of the city's annual Section 108 loan repayment. Also, staff recommends approval of Albany Holding LLC's request for deferment of its Section 108 loan repayment to the city for the aforementioned 6-month period. Staff does not recommend elimination of the late fees that were previously approved. Mr. Rick Patton, a principal of Albany Holdings, is available for questions as well as myself.
Mayor Pro Tem, any questions for Ms. Brown or Mr. Patton?
Ms. Brown.
Yes.
Good morning. How you do?
I'm doing well, sir.
Right. So you say staff does not recommend the elimination of late fees, right?
That's correct.
And that would be from a period of 2019 December up until May 20.
The $19,046.46 is a result of late payments that is accrued over the life of the loan.
Okay. So to be clear, you're saying that staff does not recommend the elimination of late fees on the life of the loan?
Yes, Yes, sir. The reason staff does not recommend the waiver is because if the waiver is granted, then AmeriNat, who retains all late fees, will hold the city responsible for paying that $19,046.46.
So that's the late fee amount is $19,000, right?
Accumulated late fees, yes, sir.
Okay, and that's over the duration of the loan to 2025.
As of April, as of today's date.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Fuller.
Yes, ma'am. So this is a payment that is made monthly. Is that right?
The payment that Albany Holdings LLC makes to the city, that is a payment in the amount of $28,009.50. But the annual payment that the city makes to HUD is a principal amount of $275,000 plus the accrued interest.
Right. I guess the concern, I know I've seen some emails about it, but so we haven't received a payment since December. Is that correct?
The last payment that we received from Albany Holdings was on March the 16th, excuse me. However, it was to satisfy the November 30th, 2019 payment.
Okay, so our payments from Albany Holdings are going back to November of 2019.
They are paid through November 30th, 2019. The next payment due date is December 30th, 2019.
Okay. I guess, and my question, obviously, with COVID-19 is that we, with commercial properties, landlords and owners and all have been working out. Most of it has been a 3-month deferral from everything that I've seen. And, it feels like that would certainly make sense in this current situation. But, before we hit the pandemic, things were, the economy, even the local hotel economy, from the numbers I've seen from the CVB were strong. So I guess the question would just be, could we approve the 3-month as opposed to 6 months? Because I don't feel like the previous 3 were COVID related.
Mayor, can I weigh in a second?
Ms. Brown was going to answer the question. Let's let her answer the question, then we'll hear from the city manager.
If that be the will of the commission, we can make that as a recommendation to Albany Holdings to bring the loan current and and defer the March, April, and May payments, or April, May, and June payments, if that's the will of the commission.
City manager.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, just so everybody knows, that was our response to Albany Holdings. When they made the request, we actually told them, we responded and said, you need to bring your loan current before we consider. And they responded that they really needed the 6-month deferment. So I don't want the commission to think that we have not already taken that action. So at this point, I felt like it was important to bring the matter in front of all of you, because we've negotiated sort of to a stalemate, and I didn't think it was appropriate for me to tell them to deny without your concurrence. I felt like it was important for us to bring their request to you so that you could make an informed decision. I do have some heartburn with the 3 months, and I will confess it took me by surprise because they were paying every month, but I didn't realize that there was a 3-month arrears that I was not aware of. So that's my bad. And had I known that, I would have taken some action earlier, long before COVID, to try to get that remedied. So, I think it's important for you to know that we have already responded in that way. And if the commission, if it's your will that that's our position, we absolutely will go back. I'm sure Mr. Patton's on the phone. He's hearing this conversation. But I didn't want you to think that we just took what they asked and brought it to you without without negotiating the correction of the arrears. That's all I have, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Was that all, Commissioner Fuller?
Well, without getting, too off in the weeds, I guess, I'm not familiar with how that loan was structured, all the details, but I guess, if we are at a stalemate, and hopefully we can get this worked out pretty easily, but Nathan, what is the, what would, if we were at a stalemate and we agreed to 3 and the Albany Holdings continued to say they had to have 6, what would our remedy be?
Is that it? You all hold a second security deed to the hotel properties, and you could accelerate the note and demand payment in full, and exercise the power of sale in your security deed if you wanted to. That'd be all kind of drastic remedies, but those are the remedies of any lender. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's all for me.
Commissioner Fletcher.
Yes, sir. I think that's a little dramatic. This is a big part of downtown, but this is the taxpayers' money, and this is an example of we are going to be helping some people through this crisis that we're going through, but these troubles and this started long before the crisis. I think they need to catch up. And once they get caught up, then we can go to the table and talk serious about 3 months or 6 months. They need to catch up first. Thank you.
Commissioner Warmington.
Yep, Ms. Brown. So the late fees, was that 25,000? I was trying to find how much are late fees have accumulated. 19,000. And you're saying those late fees aren't technically City of Albany money, it's to our third-party manager?
That is correct.
So we technically don't have a right to waive those unless we're saying we're going to pay them on his behalf.
That is correct.
Okay. Have they disputed those late fees?
Not to my knowledge.
Is Mr. Patton on the phone? Is he willing to say those fees are correct, or is he wanting to dispute those late fees?
Mr. Patton? Is Mr. Patton on the call or in the meeting? Ms. Brown, did you say Mr. Patton was?
He informed me that he was on the line.
Okay. Mr. Patton?
Well, I'll move on to my second. Well, one of the challenges I have is 3 months ago, a picture was painted of how success. I'm getting some echo. Somebody need to be muted. Three months ago, the picture was painted of how successful, how occupancy was so high. They were actually standing in front of us asking for additional money, additional deals, and then of course the coronavirus hit, and that has clouded a lot of the issues here. But my opinion is when they were standing before us, coronavirus hadn't hit, and they were already not doing what they were supposed to do with the loan. So that I do have a struggle of trying to separate what was pre-coronavirus and what is post-coronavirus. And the late fees, in my opinion, are off the table. That's my one vote for the late fees. And even I understand from one of the emails we got this morning is, I think if my number's correct, they are late 25% of the time. So 1 out of 4 payments since the loan has been late. It's unfortunate the coronavirus has affected all of our business, but just like when any of us go to the bank and we wanted a 3-month extension or whatever, I would go with my head bowed if I were that late going to the bank trying to get an extension for something that's as troubling as the coronavirus. So, with all that being said, I guess I was venting opinions versus questions in my dialogue there. So.
Commissioner Langstaff?
No comment.
Commissioner Young?
No comments.
Okay, I would, that's again, I don't have a problem with the 6 month deferment, but I do think we need to get on the right foot with Albany Holdings. And one thing is, I think it would be reasonable if Albany Holdings brought this note up current, paid the obviously paid the late fees, and if they could bring this current, and I wouldn't have a problem with the 6 month deferment. But I do think before we make that request, they need to pay us what's owed on this note. And I do, like Commissioner Warburton, I have some concerns, and I want to ask the city manager, were we aware that Albany Holdings was delinquent when Mr. Patton appeared before us earlier this year?
I was not aware. Others on staff were, but I was not aware.
I certainly think that should have been brought to the city commission's attention. I mean, you could say no harm, no foul, but I hope this is a learning experience, and that anytime somebody comes to us with a proposal in the future, we need to document their current status if they have any indebtedness or business relationship with the city. Would that be fair?
Yes, sir. And you can be assured this wouldn't happen to me again.
Oh, thank you, ma'am.
But Mayor, so one of the other issues I have is, I guess we will vote on this June 24th. Is that when our meeting? Or no, it'd be 23rd, which means their next payment's due 7 days after we vote on it. So it's just this whole deal is so cloudy that they're committing to make a payment June 30th, 7 days after we give them a 6 month deferral. Am I phrasing that right, Ms. Brown?
Yes, sir, you are. That would only have been had the commission allowed the deferment to include December's payment through February's payment, because technically the that would end, the 6 month deferment would end May the 30th, and they would be scheduled to resume making payments June the 30th.
Okay, so we could structure a 6 month deferral to start March, April, May, then
Yes.
June, July, August,
Yes, sir.
assuming they bring it up current to that March.
Right, and they would resume in September.
Okay, so that's another way we could structure this.
Right, and as the city manager said, that was our original offer to Albany Holdings. This is their counter offer.
Oh. When I'm late on a note, I don't usually make counter offers. I make requests. But let's go through the list again. I mean, Mayor Pro Tem, do you have any further discussion?
I'm of the opinion that before we move forward, that they bring this loan up to current consideration and pay the late fee.
Okay. Commissioner Fuller, any other comments?
No, sir.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No comment.
And Commissioner Warrington's had his term. Go ahead.
I think I'm out of minutes.
Okay. Commissioner Langstaff, anything else?
No.
Commissioner Young?
No, sir.
Okay. I think it's a consensus of the commission that Albany Holdings needs to make a payment of needs to get right on these late fees before they make this request. And that secondly, it would be preferable if if the 6-month period could begin in April, and be April through September, I think that would be more consistent with the impact of the virus on the business. And with that, Ms. Brown, do you have anything else?
That's the first request too about the deferment for the city's repayment to HUD. I guess it'd be some guidance on that.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
Will she repeat what she said?
Seeking the some guidance from the commission on the city's request for deferment of its annual repayment of its loan to the Department of Housing and Urban Development as a result of the loss of revenues from Albany Holdings repayment.
Okay, I can agree.
Commissioner Fuller?
I guess, do we have, or will there any known negative repercussions for the city of Albany by doing that? Would it hurt us on looking to get additional loans or grants or anything in the future that could be a negative ding against us?
No, sir, it will not. Since this is Washington's offer to the city, because with understanding that the coronavirus pandemic has caused some negative effects on revenues, this is their offer to us, and no, so there will be no negative repercussions as a result of us taking advantage of that 1-year deferment.
Okay, then I'm good with it. Thank you.
Commissioner Fletcher?
I'm good with it if it doesn't come back on us. Thank you.
Commissioner Warrington?
Yep. Ms. Brown, are these two activities linked at all? Or are they completely independent of whether we extend it versus we ask for it? We can do one or the other, none of them, both of them? Are they independent of each other?
They're linked in that the repayment from Albany Holdings for its loan is our source of repayment to HUD for our loan. That's the involvement that the two have together.
Right. So if us and Albany Holdings does not agree to maybe the new terms that we're proposing, and that lingers on, would that impact our request to get a deferment from HUD?
No, sir, it will not.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Langstaff?
I'm fine with it.
Okay, Commissioner Young?
I'm fine with it.
Okay. There seems to be general support for the request for an extension. We need anything else on that item?
No, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
Thank you.
The next item on the genuine discussions associated with the proposed 21 budget. And Mr. Brown and Ms. Subadan.
Ms. Subadan, I don't know if you want to start.
Okay.
The budget, of course, we presented a few weeks ago, and I know there's been some dialogue in recent weeks and days, and answers have been provided. And so at this point, it's sort of a general, and I know since we presented the budget to you, you received your budget books. It has a lot of details in it. And so at this time, we're prepared to entertain any questions or comments that you may have, and maybe try to make some concrete decisions on a few things that you all have presented to us, so that we can truly finalize the budget numbers.
Have no question, not as of yet.
Commissioner Fuller?
No questions at this time.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No questions.
Commissioner Warrington?
Yeah, I do want to propose, and this would be a new proposal in terms of the pay raises. And I don't know if you saw the email response, but for me, it's cleaner to operate off of grades versus a dollar amount. And you might want to go back, other commissioners might want to go back and see the response to my question, but instead of putting a dollar amount, I propose to have the grade, I think it was 10 and down for the raises instead of using an annual salary. Because what happens is the pay scale is going to have all these different increases, COLAs. If you just went straight with a pay scale grade, then it would just be that grade and up would change. One other request I have of staff, and it kind of goes back to my email question I got about the cemetery. When I look at the budget, the only thing that's included in the new initiatives are, I guess, new initiatives, lack of a better word. But just in the last several months, I know we've had a lot of discussions about projects that are in previous funding years that carry over. And it's almost like on that page, I would like to see some list of, I guess, initiatives that maybe were funded previous years but are carrying over. You know, take, for instance, AMI. You know, AMI is not mentioned at all in the budget, at least for on the highlights. But AMI is a tremendous resource. It's going to require tremendous resources, and that's going to be going forward. You know, something simple as the cemetery. You know, it'd be nice to communicate that 468 is being moved into this budget from previous year. You know, the Pace building, I could go on and on and on, but, you know, some decisions were made by previous commissioners. You know, if the funding was set aside, I would just like it to be documented that these initiatives are going forward, as well as the new ones. You know, because what'll happen is, let's say the public works crew quarters, you know, at some point that's going to be completed and we'll be celebrating and doing various things, but it goes all the way back to previous year's budget. But it'd be nice to have it documented because that money will be carried forward. Does that make sense, Ms. Subadan? Is that something that?
It does, and actually, we used to give you an update on the last year's new initiatives, and we didn't do that, so we definitely can incorporate that as well. Thanks for bringing that up.
And I'm not talking about every gem clip and paper pen.
I understand.
But you know, something with 6 figures,
sure,
that's moving forward definitely deserves to be documented as an ongoing initiative.
Absolutely.
The only other item, and Mr. Collier reached out to me, and I haven't called him back, and Mr. Carter, but the fiber hub movement from the Gordon, I guess I've got some concerns with that. Not so much the reasons why, because I guess technically I kind of understand that it does need to have a new home, needs to be, we need to be diversified. My concern is, I think the mayor actually wrote a letter about this, is just the profitability of telecom. You know, does it warrant investing another $1 million into telecom that's, and I don't have the numbers in front of me, but it's essentially kind of break even, maybe losing money. And that move really is not going to help sales. It's a risk item in a sense. And so I really think that deserves some consideration of our telecom. And, you know, is it worth, you know, investing $1 million? And then that leads me to my second point is I believe we were proposing using SPLOSH dollars for a portion or some of that project. I don't believe that is an appropriate use of SPLOSH dollars. You know, you could kind of make the case of some utilities that serve citizens as far as a city government function, whether it's water or, you know, but telecom is purely customer choice, and it only serves a very small section, and it's actually not even available to citizens. And so I don't believe citizens, their intent of voting for SPLOSH in the referendum would not be okay with telecom being a use of SPLOSH dollars.
Can I respond to that last part, Mayor?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Mayor, can I go ahead and respond to that?
Yes, ma'am.
The one thing that you have to remember though is the infrastructure supports the entire city. It's not just for telecom customers. So that fiber hub is the basis on which we operate the entire city. So it's not just our external for-profit customers, you know, our SCADA for the utility runs on it. I mean, everything we do is running on that base and connects to that fiber hub. So even if we had 0 external customers, having a single point of entry for the city is, you know, puts us, an aged infrastructure puts us somewhat at risk. So I don't want you to think that we're just doing it for the purpose of our external customers. Every phone line in the city, you know, all of our activities, you know, from finance to customer service to everything is all connected as part of the network. And the line item in SPLOST is for IT hardware. And while that is not closely defined when we do SPLOST, pretty much every recent SPLOST has had that, because there's a recognition that some big hardware items, whether it's, you know, radios for police or technology in police cars or servers that have to be replaced, there's a recognition that those are large capital expenditures that are a little outside of our ability to fund through our general fund dollars. So I just wanted, you know, to make sure you're aware, this is not just a matter of we're doing this to support external customers. The external customer piece is sort of the icing on top of the cake, if you will. So it's not just an enterprise function. There's very much what we do for supporting the city and by the way, supporting the county, because we provide IT as part of our service delivery strategy to the city and the county.
Okay. My other question, Ms. Subadan, you sent out a very informative report. I don't know if the other commissioners have read about it, the municipal court report. One of the things that concerns me in that report you sent was just some of the drastic trends that have happened over the last 3 or 4 years. And I was trying to pull it up on my phone when I'm talking, but everything from revenue has almost been cut in half, or at least a major 50% reduction. The number of citations, the number of everything is trending down. So it leads me to believe there's 2 things. Either our citizens are driving really well, they're all following the laws, we've got very law-abiding citizens, something's just not adding up. And then you look at the expenses of a municipal court, and the expenses of a municipal court are trending up. And so, you know, again, this was just some reading and analysis I did here recently, but I would like some more information. I looked at the budget, and the revenue is not broken out, at least what I looked at, but I think municipal court expenses were right at $1,900,000 and something thousand. I guess I would like to see what's the official budget revenue that and not that, you know, again, I know there is a judicial part of our government and that's independent, and we're not putting pressure to increase fines. I understand all that. But at the end of the day, we do have to sit down as fiduciary response with our fiduciary responsibilities and say, you know, are we running a program that's beneficial financially to the city, and is there another way to accomplish that goal? So I don't know, could you maybe in a follow-up email something, just what the budgetary revenues, because we can go back to your other email and your report and we can see what 19, 18, 16, 17 actuals were to see what the budgetary number is.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Langstaff?
No comment.
Commissioner Young?
Yeah, just a few comments. Wanted to go got thrown off on the municipal court thing, but I wanted to go back to the situation, I guess, with the IT equipment. I do recognize that we have to have redundancy in the system because our infrastructure definitely does have to have those fail safe just in case it goes down. That's just kind of standard practices IT wise, and the fact that we don't have it right now is kind of concerning to me. But you always need what they call a colo or a co-location, just in case one location goes down, the whole system doesn't crash. So I do understand that. But I would like to speak to the overall plan for the telecom. I think we're going to have to start some type of discussion in terms of when are we going to go ahead and make that leap or get off the pot, so to speak. I was working in IT in another county when Albany had an opportunity to go into telecom, like most of our neighboring counties, to mention, CNS that serves Camilla, Thomasville, and Moultrie comes to mind because I was a part of some of that planning back then, but for whatever reason, the city commission back in that particular time frame declined to do so. But yet and still, that's been close to 15 years ago. Well, actually 20 years ago, because I think that was like 2003. But we had a chance to get on board with having our own telecom, and we're way behind. We're just behind. We should have saw that particular opportunity back then. But I think we still have some opportunity now because there's still areas of this city that need internet services, broadband services that aren't well served by the providers that we have now, particularly in my area of the city. That's why I had to jump through a few hoops just to be able to be on this call. But thank the people, the staff for getting me what I needed. But that's something that we really need to look at. It can be a revenue source, but more than that, it shows that we are a progressive, modern city to have our own IT offerings in a real way, not just smatterings on the outsides of town. But it does take an investment. It does take some money. So we need to really think about investing in that. There should be no business that doesn't have proper IT services. And I do know a few businesses actually right downtown that don't have the type of IT services that they actually want. And I was just going to real comment on the municipal court fees. That doesn't surprise me that their revenue is down because honestly, if we kind of pay attention, we haven't really, not that I'm begging for that, but we haven't been giving out a lot of tickets. I noticed that in the past 2-3 years that we got some serious speeding going on in town, and I don't see a whole lot of ticket writing that may be due to our lower numbers of police officers, but we definitely need to see what's up with that, and not as a revenue generator, but a method of keeping our streets safe in terms of writing more tickets. But that's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Young. I had this fiber hut. That's adding to my vocabulary, a new word I got. But I understand the benefits of relocating that operation, but it brings to mind a question. Have we been in contact with the concern that is going to develop the Gordon Hotel?
We have. They too are somewhat behind and have expressed some concerns regarding COVID and the economy. The downtown manager has been in touch with them. And you are aware there's a secondary operation there. They are continuing to move that along and continuing with preliminary design drawings. I had actually planned for them to come and make a presentation to this board probably the week before we entered into a state of emergency. So I will circle back with them. Has not been front of mind, but I will have them. We will have an update for you with a report and a revised timeline.
Well, this discussion about relocating the fiber hut, we're moving out of the Gordon Hotel, right?
That is the goal, or part of the goal.
Okay. Would the developer, are they going to renovate the second floor to provide additional hotel rooms, or is that beyond their budget?
I think they would use the space for more like event space. You know, we have been reluctant to let them or present anything that assumes that we're moving without your approval. You know, our position has been, and our lease with them says, you know, we have the right to that space for as long, into perpetuity. So, you know, if this board did agree and we establish a timeline, then I think they would reprogram that space.
We just don't know what they do with it.
I don't have an exact, and I don't want to go by memory. They have talked about event space, and but I would hate to try to go by memory. I can bring that back to you.
Okay. Well, no, I mean, until we move out, like you say, it's
a moot point.
It's all speculative.
Right.
Do we have any number as to the amount of the losses due to the misconduct or malfeasance of our employees in the city municipal court office?
I don't have the latest information for you, sir. I'm sorry.
Could we just get a number sometime in the next few weeks and see if there if there is an estimate? I don't know if they'll. Okay. With that, does that conclude the update on the budget?
Yes, I don't think we have anything further. I believe we've heard from everybody.
Okay. The next item on the agenda is a presentation on the Southwest Georgia Regional Airport. Mr. Brown and Mr. Hamilton.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Hamilton.
Waiting on the presentation to be put up.
Is the tech team bringing up the presentation, or? Thank you.
Okay, good morning to you. At our last commission meeting, a resolution was approved to accept the CARES Grant Award for the Southwest Georgia Regional Airport in the amount of $15.9 million. I would like to give a brief presentation on the proposal to spend the CARES Act grant and other funding sources allocated for the airport. The presentation will basically tell you a few important things about the airport, and then we'll look at some of the planned projects, and finally, the proposed financial plan. Next slide, please. So just a little bit about the airport. The Southwest Georgia Regional Airport is a major driver of economic development in our region. Last year, we had over 82,000 passengers to come in and out of the airport. Also, the airport is home to UPS, which delivers and retrieves 30 million pounds of cargo annually, which makes us second in the state only to Atlanta. We have a robust general aviation. The terminal receives approximately about 18,000 landings. And also last year, we had 85 acres of property to become Georgia Ready for Accelerated Development certified. And the benefit of that grad program is that it offers industrial certified sites competitive advantages in attracting new industry. Also, this could have a tremendous impact on not only local community, but also surrounding communities in the region. Private businesses regularly use the general aviation facilities for commerce, tourism, and industry, most notably the annual Georgia Quail Hunt. However, we do have some challenges with our general aviation facilities. They are aged and dilapidated. The city has made great strides to accumulate funding to invest in new facilities to provide modern and expected amenities. And by investing in general aviation, facilities will attract new business aviation to Southwest Georgia Regional Airport. Next slide, please. And so to look at our projects here, we'll start with the General Aviation Terminal, which is a project already under design. If you look at the photos in the top right corner, that's a photo of our existing conditions of our FBO building, our General Aviation Terminal. As you can see, it's very aged and dilapidated.
David, you just became muted. Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, I'm sorry about it, I must have hit the button. But again, the photo in the top right corner is existing conditions at the General Aviation Terminal. That's where our FBO is housed over there. And then in the bottom right corner there is the proposed terminal, which we'll be presenting to the commission hopefully in July. But there is the outside of the facility, and in the other photo there shows what the amenities would possibly look like on the inside. So the General Aviation project is at $4.3 million. We have funding sources being a federal share of 2.3, which is a grant that we would have to apply for. And then the local share we could use, proposing use SPLOST $7. Next slide, please. The storage hangar and parking project, which is also associated with the General Aviation Terminal I just spoke about. This project, as you can see by the slides there at the top right corner, that's our current storage hangar. Another view of it from the second photo. And then at the bottom right, there is a proposed look at what we could possibly look like in the future as far as storage hangar. And there's parking also associated, which I will show you later on in the presentation. But this project is estimated at $5.9 million. And funding sources for the local share could be the $3.2 million of T-SPLOST and $590,000 worth of CFC funds. And CFC funds, for those of you who may not know, is the dollars that we collect when a car is rented at the airport. I believe we collected about $4 per rental. And we also are proposing using $2.1 million of CARES Act funding on this project. Next slide, please. And this project is more of a future project that will be located just south of the main terminal. Again, it's T hangars, storage hangars, and apron improvements. And the photos there at the top shows what the current conditions look like as far as our T hangars and again, a storage hangar. And what we're proposing there in the bottom right corner for what we could possibly look like again in the future is something that is much more modernized. This project here is estimated at just under $11.7 million. And we're proposing, CARES Act grant to cover that cost. Next slide, please. This is a layout of the projects from an aerial view of the airport and how it would actually lay out on the airport, with the main terminal being there in the center. Just to get you oriented a little bit, on the north side of the main terminal, there would be the proposed general aviation terminal. And in the blue box there would be the storage hangar, and out front would be the parking associated with the project. And then there, you can see on the layout other improvements as well, as far as apron improvements and future T-hangar development on the south end of the airport. Next slide, please. And here is our proposal for the next 3 years, a short-term proposal. For as far as revenue, we're looking at the CARES Act grant. The $18,017,000 is the total amount that was allocated to the Southwest Georgia Regional Airport. And the initial award was the 15.9, which was approved last week at the commission meeting. So we can apply for the additional dollars, but we have to demonstrate a need to the FAA to get those dollars. And then also we're showing the federal portion for the GA terminal, which is 2.3. We have to apply for that grant as well. We're showing SPLOST 7 and T-SPLOST dollars, $1 million and $3.2 million respectively. And then we have other revenue sources over that 3-year period to be at $5.2 million. Other revenue could include landing fees, rental fees, grants, and things like that. Also, we're going to take a look at our expenses. The CARES Act grant took effect for expenses from January 20th on up into fiscal year of June 2023. And we're proposing that our total personnel costs and operations costs during that time frame would be about $6.5 million. And then also we have capital projects that are completed and ongoing at this time that would also qualify for reimbursement under the CARES Act grant. And this total comes out to be $1.3 million. So to sum it up, if you look at the future projects we just discussed in the previous slide, we didn't have the ARF truck on there, but that fire truck would come in at about $1 million. The GA terminal, 4.3, storage hangars, 5.9. And then the big project for the future, the T hangars, storage hangars, and apron improvements at $11.6 million for a total of $23 million. And at the end of the day, I guess you would say the shortfall for all of this would be $1.1 million. So we've presented this same presentation to the Aviation Commission. So I, along with Derek Brown, will be able to answer any questions you may have.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Mr. Hamilton.
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
On page 6, where you got the revenue coming in.
Page 6. Yes, sir.
Where you say the CARES Act grant is $18 million.
That's correct.
Okay, but did you say that for enhancement from the CARES Act, we would get like $15 million? Or is CARES Act just for 1 year?
When the CARES Act grant was first announced, we were allocated $18 million. So we're showing the full amount that we were allocated. The initial award for that grant, which is what you approved last week, was 15.9. So we could still apply for the remaining, I believe it's a little over $2 million, but we have to demonstrate a need for that. We have to apply to the FAA, and we feel that we can demonstrate a need for that remaining just over $2 million.
So for this $2 million you applied to the FHA, mean that that would be over a grace period, not a grace period, revenue for over 3 years?
Yeah, we could apply after 1 year.
Mm-hmm.
Once we demonstrate that need,
right.
The grant itself is good for a period of 4 years.
Okay, that's all I have now.
Fiscal 23.
Mr. Fuller?
Mr. Hamilton, how far along are our plans? How, if all this, we got all this rolling, how far out would it be before things could get started?
I didn't quite understand your question, sir. You kind of broke up on me.
I'm sorry. I was just saying, how far along are the actual plans for doing all this? If it all moves forward, how long would it be before we'd actually, get the project actually physically started?
Well, on our general aviation terminal and storage hangar parking improvements, we're already underway with design. Design is probably about 85% complete. We'll be bringing a presentation before this body in July. So once we get that design complete, we're hoping that we can put a construction bid out and probably in November of this year and award that and look at beginning construction on that project first part of next year. And it would probably take about 12 to 14 months to complete that. As far as the other projects on the south end of the airport, we are in the early stages of looking at that. We didn't expect, of course, to get these funding allocated to us. So we could certainly expedite that process.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Fletcher.
No questions, sir.
Commissioner Warmington.
Yep, Mr. Hamilton. So this is kind of an out of the box, or maybe I was lack of oxygen due to my mask here. So when you look at the airport, of course, I know a lot of these projects we have been planning. They've been in the works. Commissioner Langstaff and the aviation board. But this is a lot of money that's coming to Albany that was unexpected. And have we thought outside the box? Like, is there something we can do with UPS to maybe recruit more jobs, maybe help them, some of the property that's around the airport that I think we've already gotten designation from economic development that is job ready, or we've got some unique parcels and some unique things about our airport that I didn't know if there's some things out there that's out of the box that might recruit a new company, recruit the expansion of a company that's here, something again out of the box. If we extended our runway, if it's even possible, 100 feet, then a different type of airplane could fly. Have y'all gone through that process of thinking outside the box of how can this really be even more of an economic driver for our community?
Well, I could tell you, prior to receiving this grant, we've been thinking a lot about things like what you said. I mentioned earlier in the presentation that we had 85 acres of land that became GRAD certified, which is a tremendous plus for the airport. I think it makes us only one of two airports with a certified site on the airfield side. And with that being said, that could possibly attract some type of new industry. Now, as far as the CARES Act grant goes itself, is doing anything off the property of the airport, we would not, be allowed to do that. As far as I guess you were referring to the industrial site across the street from the airport. All that dollars will have to go towards the airport. So as far as UPS, they're thriving. They're doing so well, in fact, that they added a third flight back this past December, and they are going to continue to look at doing that during various stages of the year. I guess it's a seasonal situation. But we've been doing a lot of planning. We were excited to obviously receive the CARES Act grant, but we also had all these other projects in the pipeline, and what we want to do again is make best decisions possible. Obviously take board approval, and whatever we do from a capital standpoint is contingent upon FAA approval. I mean, we don't even know if they will approve all of these projects that we're planning, but we have to get their approval. So
like the 85 or the whatever acre site you were just talking about, is there something we could do to that site to make it more attractive? I mean,
So to get that site certified, what that meant, we had to go through a environmental process, if you will. We brought a consultant aboard to clear it for far as environmentals. They studied the site to make sure it was ready for development. We looked at, our system, our sewer system, and we got that site certified. So that site is now listed on the Georgia Economic Development site website for potential industries who are looking to relocate. So, we can maybe advertise it more. I'm not sure what else we could do, but hopefully the chamber, we can look at the chamber, somebody doing some advertising for us on that site. But obviously we want to keep it, we have to renew our certification every 2 years. So that's, again, a competitive advantage for us.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Langstaff.
In response to Commissioner Warbington, I would just say that over the last few years, the Airport Commission has discussed a great deal about how the airport could be utilized as a tool for economic development. And we've, looked at a lot of different things to do that. And one of the results of those discussions was this grad certification of that acreage, and the revitalization of the hangars and the general aviation terminal were also a result of those discussions. So I think the reason that we got the allocation that we did is because we already had these projects ready to go. I mean, they were, on the drawing board, they're on our wish list. It's what the city manager put together for our local legislative delegation. I don't know that you could substitute a different expense now after, being awarded it because of, the presentation you could make for the things that I just was talking about and what David presented. But it's certainly, we're open to suggestions. If the Economic Development Commission has any ideas, we're happy to listen. In fact, I guess we had them come and discuss, to kind of brainstorm about ideas for the airport and how it could help economic development in the past. And I guess right now we're without a leader there. We have a part-time leader, but anyway, we welcome further discussion about it, I'm sure. That's all I got.
Mr. Young.
That's all I got.
I had a lot of questions. Again, I think that this is the FAA. A lot of the programs are basically a subsidy to very affluent people. I think we're seeing that here, but we are fortunate to receive this allocation of funds. I understand. Mr. Hamilton, I want to get straight where you said on page 1, 82,000 passengers in 2019. You're talking about commercial and private, aren't you?
That 82,000 is commercial alone. There's people flying in and out of Albany. And we were expecting that number to go up because Delta was going to add a 4th flight, I think June 1st. But, since the pandemic has hit, obviously that is not going to happen.
Okay. How are your employments increased or decreased in the last few weeks?
They have decreased about 90%, 95%.
Okay. You seeing any improvement?
Actually, I met with the Delta contracting company here yesterday, and right now it's kind of fluctuating. One day they have maybe 4 or 5 passengers, and then the next day you may have 20 to 25. Okay. So it's like that for the past 2 weeks, and but they're hoping they can go back to a 2nd flight next month. But again, the numbers hadn't shown that yet.
But so now we're only having 1 departure and 1 arrival a day.
Yes, sir.
And when you talk about private businesses, they use the general aviation terminal, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so what I'm trying to do for my question, I'm trying to separate commercial and who uses the commercial terminal and who uses the general aviation terminal. The general aviation terminal would be individuals or businesses who are flying their own planes and jets, right?
That's correct.
And we have FBO, that's called fixed base operator, is that right?
That is correct.
And that, who is that company, please?
That is Eagles of America.
Eagles of America. And so what they do is they basically use the city's terminal and hangar for their operation.
Yes, the general aviation terminal and the T hangars and storage hangars that we have. So they lease those out.
And we are talking about using this CARES money to basically fund new construction for the FBO.
Well, we're looking at improving all of our, our general aviation facilities. They'll be city-owned property, obviously, yes, but the FBO would run our general aviation for us.
What does the FBO pay the city a year?
They pay us a base rent of $4,000 a month, and they also pay us whatever the fueling may be from the general aviation sales.
So what are the general revenues from the FBO a year?
Right now, Derek, do you have that number?
It's like about $79,000 a year what we had allocated for this year.
And do we have any idea what their revenue is a year?
Oh, their revenue? No, I don't get a report like that. I don't know if you, David. I don't know if they share anything like that with you.
I can request that and get it to you, Mayor.
Okay. Has the city ever thought about running the FBO as a means of generating revenue?
I can say yes. We've discussed it before.
And
there are liability concerns with trying to do it. I mean, one of the main things the FBO does is provide fueling, aviation fuel. So we're fueling airplanes and towing airplanes, and it just, you need folks who are going to get up-to-date training on how to do that. And it's just, I don't think you'll find many municipalities engaging in that business anymore. They always outsource it to an FBO. And I will tell you, we had difficulty finding an FBO after the last FBO pulled out, just because of the condition of our general aviation facilities and the amount of traffic that comes through. We are fortunate to have the FBO operator that we currently do. And I will say this, I guess, just to point out, there are a lot of potential economic development prospects that fly into Albany and use the general aviation facility. And, sometimes they go into the restroom, and if it's been raining, they may get water on their head. I mean, we've got issues, whether it's been recurring issues with roofs or other issues. It is an old facility that has needed to be updated for a very long time, and it's just long overdue. And the hangar, I think one of the hangars was built in the 40s, and people are just afraid to put their valuable plane in there. So if you got somebody flying in from some part of the country, maybe they're looking here to start a new franchise, open a business in Albany, and they come in and there's no place to put their plane, and it looks like we're not taking care of stuff. I mean, it is a first impression, a reflection of the city and how it takes care of its stuff. And right now, general aviation is a poor reflection. So that's more than you asked for, but that was on my mind. That's
okay,
all.
I appreciate that. Well, these proposals come out to about $20 million, basically to modernize your FBO operations. And like I say, you got a contractor. Do they pay the utility bill?
Yes, sir. They pay their own utility bill. They're on their own system over there.
Okay. All right, and now, Mr. Hamilton, my concern is maximizing the CARES dollars we use for operational expenses. Do the funds have to be spent by the end of fiscal year 23? Is that right?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, so what you have done basically is you've set aside $6.5 million of the CARES money, and you're going to pay the salaries and operational costs for the airport for the next 3 fiscal years.
Yeah, Derek, you want to chime in on how we come up with that figure?
Well, that's correct, Mayor. I guess we looked at all of the current revenue streams, as Mr. Hamilton mentioned earlier, the landing fees, the parking fees. We looked at our personnel costs, looked at that and extrapolated those costs over the next 3.5 years. One thing we excluded is the money that the general fund subsidizes the airport with. For instance, in fiscal 21, that number would have been $1.1 million. And so because as a direct result of the CARES Act grant, then the city is saving $1.1 million to subsidize the airport to sustain it based on fees that wouldn't cover all of the expenses. And so just looking at that number alone, you could just say that that's $3.3 million that the city could potentially save over the next 3 years by not having to subsidize the airport.
Okay, I appreciate that. Ms. Brown, I commend staff for taking these steps. But one thing we do need to be aware of, and I think Mr. Brown and/or the city manager need to get this to the commission. I mean, we need to understand when we go into this budget, one reason we have a balanced budget is because our airport and transit system operations are being funded by the CARES Act. Is that correct or incorrect?
That is correct.
Okay, so we need to be aware that when we start looking at a budget for FY24, we're going to have to come up with another $2 or $3 million that 1 year.
Well, it will probably even be sooner than that. You know, the transit subsidy was for current year.
Oh, so that's not a 3-year cycle like the.
No.
Okay.
So you know, we would start, so in fiscal 22, we would bring the subsidy, as you call it, for transit back online.
Yes, ma'am. Well, is that a wrong term, the subsidy? Grant?
Yeah.
Okay. Just in conclusion, I have a friend who flies into town, and he had made the comment before that the aviation terminal is in pretty bad shape here. So, I mean, we are fortunate but as I understand Mr. Hamilton's proposals, the general aviation terminal, this is a $4.3 million project, and we're going to be using federal funds and SPLOST 7 funds for that.
For our local match. And we still have to go through the grant cycle because we didn't anticipate CARES Act funding for that project. So we still have to go through the normal grant cycle, which does require a local match.
Okay.
So again, you know, we don't know if they're going to shift everything because of the CARES grant. You know, we would hope they wouldn't do that because it would sort of be a bait and switch if they give us money in one pot and then take it away from another. But quite honestly, until our grant applications come back, we don't know for sure, which is why everything we presented to you is just sort of a proposal, as well as these cost estimates are very preliminary. The general aviation terminal should be pretty close because they're at 80% design. But some of the other projects, you know, they're very, they're estimates. So as we go along, we'll be able to know better how close we've come. And we also did make some adjustments on revenue for the CFC, which is the car rental fee that we collect, and the PFC, which is the passenger fee we collect, recognizing that our revenue is going to be significantly diminished probably through the end of this calendar year. So we did make some pretty significant reductions in our assumptions for those. But of course, we're hoping that in fiscal 21 or in calendar 21, we'll start to see some of that revenue come back online.
Okay. So the design for this general aviation terminal, you said is 80% complete?
That is correct.
I don't know if this is a matter for the Aviation Commission, but once the design is ready for bid, could you use the CARES Act funding to proceed with the construction at the earliest opportunity instead of going through that grant process, or do you need to?
I think we need to follow the grant process like we normally would. And we certainly we can apply, you know, on the CARES Act to determine whether or not it would qualify. You know, they haven't been very clear on they say eligible aviation costs, but they don't describe them any further. So potentially, yes, that could be done. And if the board and the Aviation Commission so desire, we can certainly go through that process to see how we fare doing it that way.
Okay. I apologize if I'm overthinking it, but I mean, worst case scenario, we miss a grant in the coming fiscal year, and we have this CARES funding, and the construction cost for the aviation terminal goes up 10–20%. We don't have the money. I was just, if the Aviation Commission would look into that. I mean, once we get the design, I think we should proceed, because one thing I've found usually it's construction costs are going to go up, and sometimes they're going to go up considerably. We have these blueprints on the board, and then we're notified we don't have enough money to do what we need to do. Is there any further discussion about thank you, Mr. Hamilton, thank you, Mr. Brown. Any further discussion about this item? Okay. We can proceed now. The last item on the agenda is an update on municipal court. Ms. Subadan and Ms. McWhite.
Ms. McWhite's going to go ahead. Karen, unmute yourself, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good afternoon, rather. This is your June 2nd update for municipal court. Currently, there are 4 records clerk positions which remain vacant. The candidates to fill these positions were identified following interviews conducted on March 13th and 16th. Additional vetting requirements have been suspended, and once we are allowed to resume the hiring process, I am prepared to give those offers. We are prepared to execute the City of Albany orientation following human resource procedures, and municipal court onboarding will be completed remotely if the situation calls for it. Professional staff, Human Resources has received applications for the posted positions. Out of those 9 applications, only 1 met the minimum requirements. For training, the current staff has completed all GBI required training for GBI GCIC compliance. While the judicial building has been closed to the public, the current staff is completing training on processing probation paperwork, which includes orders, warrant dismissals, and also processing bench warrants from creation through serving. The next scheduled training will focus on computerized criminal history updates and will also include mock court sessions. As we work through our workflows and processes for municipal court. We recognize that currently municipal court is paper dependent, and there will be a series of projects for continuous improvement to reduce waste. Research is being conducted to determine whether electronic copy satisfies record retention requirements, which will allow municipal court to move forward in instituting as much of a paperless system that is allowable by law. The process of purging and destroying records that fall outside of the statutory retention period has begun and will be completed within the next 30 days. Jail arraignment, there has been a workflow developed and training has been completed for current staff and stakeholders in order to conduct arraignments for those in custody in jail. The court management system permissions have been changed to no longer allow records clerks the ability to make changes to a defendant's case, such as the disposition once the judge has issued the sentence order. When municipal court resumes court sessions temporarily to address any possible backlog from our closure and then the closure for the pandemic, Judge Weaver is going to hold 3 court sessions every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and there will be no more than 20 defendants per court session. We have developed our judicial policies and procedures manual, the municipal court clerk operational procedures training manual, as well as the GCIC policy manual. Those have all been drafted. And moving forward, we require that as far as professional staff, there is a need to expand the outreach to attract and recruit permanent staff for the role of public defender and solicitor. Depending on when the court is able to resume, we would need to reconfirm the availability of the professionals who previously agreed to help in the interim. 2 organizations that can be contacted to distribute the position listing to their members are the C.B. King Bar Association and the Dougherty County Bar Association. Due to the pandemic, our strategy execution timeline shifted, obviously, but the necessary amount of time as outlined in our schedule remains the same for hiring and training staff, both clerks and professional. The outlined training will take approximately 3 weeks to be completed. And at this time, as the Court Administrative Manager for Municipal Court, on behalf of Municipal Court, we do want to extend an invitation to the Commission to participate in the relaunch of the Municipal Court via a video as the court shares the changes in its roles and operations with the citizens of Albany. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McWhite. Mayor Pro Tem, any questions for Ms. McWhite?
Good morning. Good afternoon, Mr. White. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you today?
Did you say when the court will resume, you're just going to only have about 20-some individuals in the court?
Per session, there will be 3 sessions per day. So there will be a total of 9 sessions per week, and within each of those sessions there will be 20. So for a Monday court day, we would have addressed 60 defendants.
Okay. Ms. Subadan,
Yes, sir.
let me ask you a question pertaining to the court. Has the investigation by the GBI been completed?
It has not. As of last week, they said that they said that the criminal investigation is still ongoing and no details of the investigation can be reported at this time.
That's it. Okay.
Commissioner Fuller?
No questions at this time.
Commissioner Fletcher? Commissioner Fletcher?
No questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Warrington?
Yes, Ms. McWhite, what are our current days of municipal court right now? Is it Monday, Wednesday, Friday now?
But yes, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday.
So what's the new change? You're doing more per day?
Historically, we only had one session called to order, and that was Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays at 8 o'clock. Moving forward, to make sure we're able to maintain social distancing and limit the number of people at one time, we're going to have 3 sessions per day, and each session will be limited to 20 people.
Okay, so those will be spread out at different times?
Yes, spread out throughout the day for Monday, Wednesday, and Friday.
Okay, so defendants will have a time scheduled?
Yes, that when they receive their reschedule notice, it will give them a specific time to court, as well as information about their entry into the courthouse and the courtroom, procedures that we're taking and have put in place to hopefully reduce the opportunity for the COVID-19 to be transmitted to someone.
Okay. Under your policies and John might want to mute yours. There you go. This is kind of getting echo. Under your policies and procedures, are these documents all new documents? Your municipal court clerk operational procedures, are these?
The operational, some of them are new in existence based on what happened previously. Is there one in particular that you had a question about?
No, it appears that they have been drafted. I guess my question was, what were we using beforehand?
There were not specifically judicial policies and procedures in place. They had records clerks training. So they more so had standard operating procedures as far as the how-to, the steps, the 1, 2, 3, 4, from beginning to end, as far as a particular duty, entering and creating cases. These have been developed over the last few months. Some were in place before December, but those were not regarding or not addressing the same issues because we didn't have that issue before December.
Okay. All right, that's it.
Commissioner Langstaff.
Ms. McWhite, in the material you provided, you said we got one, I guess, professional staff resume that met the requirements.
Yes, that's the information given to me, that only one met the requirements to be a solicitor or public defender.
And which one was that for?
I believe it was the solicitor, but that would be I can get back with you as far as the exact position.
I guess your report that was emailed to us yesterday, I guess it alludes to this. Nathan, correct me if I'm wrong here, but if we're going to keep the same municipal court functions that we currently have, we have to have a public defender because of the potential for jail time for people that come before the court, right?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
And the reason I mention that is my concern is if we can't find a public defender that's willing to work for what we're willing to pay, that's qualified, we really can't have a municipal court that looks the same way it has looked because our public defender resigned and took another job. And I guess, you don't have to have a separate solicitor. In fact, I guess the city attorney can function as the solicitor or prosecutor, but that's a whole nother issue. But my thought is, I hate the idea of hiring on additional staff if we can't fill the professional position anyway?
Currently, we have interim attorneys that are filling in as the public defender. And that was one of the things that we will have to revisit once we are moving forward with reopening. Those attorneys that have previously stated that they would help out as solicitor or public defender, reaching out to them to confirm that they are still willing to help in those positions.
Well, I mean, there's one thing about willing to do it while we have the COVID-19 crisis. There's another thing about willing to do it until we can find someone qualified that's willing to do it long term. You know, I mean, that's like you say, I mean, until we know how long a public defender that's doing it temporarily is willing to do it, it seems like a cart before the horse to be hiring staff to work down there. Anyway, that's my 2 cents.
Commissioner Young.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. I was just hearing that you say you were using temporary fill-ins for the positions that you don't have, mainly the solicitor and the public defender?
Yes.
Okay. Have you had any problems with, I guess, any defendants who required or got some type of jail time and weren't able to, I guess, get them adjudicated in a timely manner?
No, our public defender, the attorney that's helping out as public defender, has made contact with those individuals who have needed to speak with the public defender. Of course, this was prior to the judicial building being closed for the pandemic. However, they're able to go out to the jail and visit and have their conversations out there.
Okay, so you're not having the problem that the higher courts are having where people have just been kind of sitting there since early April?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, that's all my questions.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. White.
Good afternoon.
You said you only had one qualified applicant. Would that be the standards that were in place before we amended the ordinance?
That was after the initial amendment, reducing the age.
Okay, so you only had one qualified applicant?
That was the last information given to me in, I believe that was April.
Okay, well then that would have been before we changed the ordinance. Because it was just at our last meeting that we reduced the minimum age down to 25.
Yes, and previously, I believe you had reduced it once before the years of education. So it was in between the first reduction in qualifications and this last one.
Okay, well, we just need to make sure that attorneys know that the requirements have been modified.
Yes, and that's why I made the suggestion with the 2 bar associations. I know throughout the state, there are other organizations and listservs that can be reached out to and ask for the position to be listed. And so that may be an opportunity for someone who's not necessarily local to Albany, but maybe one of the surrounding areas to learn that information as well.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. I see Judge Weaver's on the phone. Judge Weaver, do you have something you want to say?
I'm here in case anybody had any questions.
Okay, thank you, Judge. Let me go through the roll. Mayor Pro Tem, any questions for Judge Weaver?
No, sir.
Mr. Fuller, any questions for Judge Weaver?
No, sir.
Ms. Fletcher,
No, sir.
Commissioner Warrington,
No, sir.
Commissioner Langstaff,
No.
Commissioner Young.
No, sir.
Judge, thank you for being here this morning.
You're welcome.
Yes.
White, City Attorney has a question for you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
As you know, when court resumes, we're prepared to bring nuisance abatement cases, which we were handling, to get at least 10 a month, and then we'll soon hopefully receive some files on blight cases. How are you working us into your schedule like we used to have a morning set aside for that?
Yes.
Yes, according to your schedule, you may be able to do more. Like we said, we're doing 3 sessions, 2 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon, starting off on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. You get with us and give us your numbers. And those sessions, for example, you may have a session with just your session at a certain time to bring.
That's what I'm trying to ask for. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. You can get that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks for the courtesy. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Subadan, did you have something to add?
Nothing at this time.
Well, I think that concludes the agenda. Items for next agenda, Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor, are we going to do that joint resolution with the county about wearing masks once they enter into government building?
I thought I asked the city attorney to look at that.
Well, yes, but I understood there was some concern about how it was going to be.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what my thinking is that we just put a provision in there. It's a violation of the general ordinance that's in the city code.
Yes, sir. But I thought there was more discussion about, if there's not local security on hand and someone balks at it, it could lead to a problem. So,
Okay.
Yep.
Mayor Pro Tem, would it be satisfactory if we asked the city manager to give us some recommendations on that?
I would agree.
Is that okay, Ms. Subadan?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that all, Mayor Pro Tem?
That's it.
Commissioner Fuller?
Nothing for now.
Commissioner Fletcher? Commissioner Fletcher?
No, sir.
Commissioner Warrington?
Yeah, I don't know if this is technically future agenda or current agenda, but the youth baseball, I understand our facilities are closed, and I'm getting asked a lot of questions. I don't know if other commissioners, the mayor is getting asked, but what is our plan for youth baseball for the summer?
We are working through our reopening plan, and we should have something to you later in the week. Where we are right now is city employees will be the first wave. Internal employees will be the first wave to come back. Actually, prior to that, the transit is getting ready to go back to normal operations next week. Then internal employees will come back, and then we will incrementally start to open public spaces. Where we are with youth baseball, youth sports, quite honestly, is the CDC is still recommending against it. And I know that the governor has opened state parks. So it puts us in sort of a challenging position. Certainly, I think we'll be in a position to open outdoor facilities sooner than indoor facilities, but we have no guidance on social distancing for youth sports. How do you handle equipment that gets touched by every player? Bathrooms, there are several pieces that we're trying to work through, and seeking guidance from professional associations as well as the CDC. So that's sort of the challenge right now. And the other part of it is, do we inherit any liability if we go out there and kind of encourage youth sports? I don't know that we have any of those answers, but certainly in our reopening plan, we will address it.
So I guess across the state, are other municipalities, is baseball or some youth sports open in other cities, or what's kind of what are we hearing from other cities?
Sure. So their professional association did a survey, and 51%. I don't know if Joel is on the phone because I can't find his information just that quickly, but 51% of leagues have completely canceled, and 27 have postponed, and the remainder are still trying to decide. You know, I don't think that we're in the cancellation mode. I think we would prefer to postpone and try to make it safe for kids to play, but we're trying to work through that. Some of you know Judge Weaver is a coach. He reached out to the CDC directly and got a direct response that says they're not recommending it. So, you know, that puts us in a little bit of a tough position. I'll make some recommendations and try to make sure that staff follows through on those recommendations, you know, should we proceed. But it's not our first tier of opening. Our first tier is to bring transit operations back on full service next week. And even with that, we're still not going to be boarding anybody from the front, and we're still not collecting fares because we haven't received the equipment to protect the operators. It's still 5 weeks out. And then the next step is internal with social distancing and barriers. And then the following step, the courts, we're working with Judge Lockett on when exactly the courts open. And then the last piece is a full-fledged opening for all city facilities. So what we're trying to do is narrow down and lock in those dates. And as I shared with you before, we're coordinating with the county, especially on the public-facing side and the city-county occupied facilities side.
So in terms of what we're communicating, you're at least a week, maybe 2 weeks, maybe end of the month is kind of the message we need to be communicating to these teams.
I think that's prudent.
Okay.
I think we're talking end of the month.
So I guess under the state orders, it's allowable for them to, as long as they keep a certain, I mean, but they have to be on private property. What we're saying is they can't be on public property for their organized sports until towards the end of the month.
Right. We're saying that our city facilities are not yet open to the public.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's it.
Commissioner Langstaff?
Nothing for me.
Commissioner Young?
Yes, sir. I just wanted to quickly acknowledge the what I would say is a turning point in our battle with the virus. Phoebe noted that they have had the lowest number of COVID cases since March, and I think that's totally due to the city's adherence to the policies set forth by the task force and us staying the course even after guidelines change from the state level. At some point in recognizing that the city manager has outlined a return for the city, maybe we could talk by email about some type of return to regular meetings as well. I think it would be good if the I guess consensus and the rationale is there to do so and signal to the community that with certain guidelines and certain protections that we return to trying to do some things in our traditional fashion and getting back to work. I've heard that Albany State is returning, allowing their employees to return on the 15th of this month. And you know, just like I said, just maybe the commission can consider at what point do we resume, you know, our return to the hall as a body.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Superintendent, have we made any progress on putting out an RFP for the lobbyist?
We have the draft prepared, as I shared last week. And it's in talking to board members, it seems like there's differences of opinion. But we will move forward, and at whatever point we have the responses, you can decide how you want to proceed then.
Well, I think that's a decision for the board, and it's probably not. Okay. So do we have an RFP for the Carver Park?
That, I believe, is already on the street.
Okay. And then finally, Mr. Davis, I've written you a couple of letters, more than a couple of letters about this house on Wexford, about the possibility of declaring it a nuisance. Yes. Would you give me a response on that? But there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned.